Hey YouTube, it's your girl Chic from Chic Speaks. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Today we are going to resume the Rose and Brett debacle. Hey, Miss Veronica, welcome. Listen, we're about to get into it. I have a lot of material that I want to share with you, to review with you, because it's a lot of nonsense. And I'm just over here trying to make sense of it. Like, that's all I'm trying to do. It's so many layers to it to where I'm trying to figure it out. Because if anyone knows me, I'm one of those people that just got to have some type of logical answer to something that's presented to me. And this is an entire mess. So, yesterday I did a review on Rose and her husband, Brett, in particular Rose, but I broke down like their relationships, their recurrent relationship, and the chaos that's currently going through, that's taking place in their relationship. The dysfunction, we just gonna call it what it is. It's just dysfunction. It's a lot of dysfunction, but it's a reason behind the dysfunction, like much of any type of dysfunction. There's a reason. And I happen to be someone who likes to get down to the reason. I'm a root cause person. And Rose has expressed that she doesn't have the best relationship with her mother. Her mother, I'm not quite sure as far as what her relationship like is like with her father. I believe it's better than what it is with her mother, but from what I've come to see over the years with women and their daughters, it's not uncommon for there to be a head butting, a clash between a mother and a daughter. Many of us have experienced that ourselves in our relationships with our mothers or our daughters, whichever one you are in the relationships. But we often see that there is a clash there, and their relationship is no different. And I feel like because of the clash that Rose has with her mother, it bleeds over into the relationship with her husband. And I wanted to research to see if it impacted her relationship with her in-laws. So I did do some digging just to kind of learn a background between her and her in-laws. And what I have come to see, and I'm going to share that, we're going to get into some material and review it together. What I have come to see is it seemed like her relationship with her in-laws are pretty healthy, but her relationship with her own family, her blood family, is not so much, in particular with her mother. I came across some footage with Rose talking to her father-in-law about the relationship with her mother, and I also came across a little clip of Rose having a not so friendly interaction, not so loving interaction with her mother. So I first want to share this video that I came across with her and her father-in-law and children at dinner. And Rose was pretty vulnerable with him, and she talked about her family. And just to give you some background, Rose is one of six. Her father has 16 children. So I believe her father has 16 children. Her mother has six children. So I believe between her mother and her father, she is the oldest. So apparently when her parents got together, her mother already had two sons by another man. So therefore, in that relationship, so when she got with Rose's father, she had four more children, and that's how we got to six. Y'all, is the math, and just want you guys to know. So Rose's mother doesn't have 16 kids. Her mother has six kids. Her father has 16 kids. Hey, Brittany Farms, welcome. Listening while cooking dinner. Listen, make it do what it do. We wear many hats over here. So just listen in. But yeah, we're going to just get into just the debacle behind Rose and Brett Miller. And the question is, where is Brett today? Because, child, we're going to work our way to that. But I want to stay on task and get into Rose's background and her relationship with her mother and how it impacts her. Because we're going to see fast forward today, we'll see how that impacts her today, that poor quality of relationship with her mother. So I'm about to share my screen and get into this video that I came across and just kind of give some commentary on my opinion as to what I'm recognizing here in this video as Rose talks to her father-in-law. I'm not sure what his name is, but I just know he's the father-in-law. So let's get into it.
All of y'all been saying that baby Rick looks just like Grandpa. There's the twins. So I'm mostly moving here to run away from kind of like toxicity of my family and also the boys' family. It's very like frustrating and stress filled, but like with my mom being only 4 hours away and only a 45-minute flight away, and still hasn't seen my very first own home, despite us asking her to come visit. It's very not cool. And then, like, for some reason, since I became quite, like, I know I'm not the best money saver. Thank you so much. I'm not the best money saver, but I'm actually quite wealthy. And, like, since I married Brett, there's like a thing sometimes amongst black people. I don't know if it's like a residual from slavery or something, but they think that like I think that I'm better than or something since I'm married to a white man. Even before we just started doing quite well financially, but like as soon as I married him, everyone in my family started treating me so differently. So like even when I just was in the alley, I was crying, but I try not to let Brett see and stuff. And then the kids are like, Mom, why were you crying? But I don't know how they even know. It's so weird. But
Brittany, yes, that is very sad. It makes me sad just listening to it because, these videos that we're going to get into today, last night as I was up preparing for this video, I was looking at content and just trying to get to learn more about who she is. And I will say in this clip, she looks so young, vulnerable. It's like, we're used to seeing her shenanigans and her acting, but that's what it is. It's an act, it's a facade. This young lady is in pain. And it's like in this moment, as she's talking to her father-in-law, she feels vulnerable enough to open up to him and to express how she feels. And that means that she feels very comfortable with him. And she talks about how, she's done very well for herself. She doesn't live that far from her mother, or at the time before she moved to Hawaii. So she basically lived like next door to her mom. And her mom still has not come to see her new home or to see, the grandchildren. That's the entire problem. Why is that? And as I talk about, like a lot of times it's almost like there's this competition between mother and daughters. And a lot of times when I've come to notice that, it's when the mom, she either started having children young, so she's not too far in age with her daughter, or she has this young mentality of not wanting to grow up. So therefore, she's still trying to kind of stay in that same lane with her daughter. And we'll end up seeing the mom later in some other videos, but the mom, she's a beautiful lady. Rose, her genetics came, she literally get it from her mama. Her mother is beautiful. And Rose is dealing with it. It's like her mother is in competition with her. And it could be even the mother could be in competition with her other children as well. Because remember, there are 6. Of the 6, there are 2 boys. Let me see. No, of the 6, there are 3 boys. So these are the children the mother had. The mother had 3 sons and 3 daughters. So Rose is the first girl of her mother's daughters. Just want y'all to know what's going on. So she's the oldest girl. So that means she's setting the tone, she's setting the example, she's the one to look at. And Rose is saying, so as she's elevating in life, there are people in her family that are just kind of giving her the cold shoulder, like, oh, she thinks she better than somebody. She thinks she this, she thinks she's that. And she's like, no, I'm just growing. I'm just doing me. And some of us may have experienced that before. I can relate to that, when you're just living your life and your life looks different than the next person's life or a different family member's life. So they feel a certain way about you when it has nothing to do with anything that you did. It just shines a light on their life. Sometimes you can look at somebody else's life and it shines a light on your life because it shows you how different your life is. It shows you how the decisions you made in comparison to decisions that other person made, how they just weren't the best decisions. And that has nothing to do with the person who made the better decisions, but it still can have that person feeling a certain type of way because it's a reminder. And I think I've seen that before, just in experience, just in my own life, and seeing with mothers and daughters, where a mother can look at the life of her daughter and it can be a reminder of the poor decisions that she made, because maybe the man that she chose isn't the same quality of man that maybe her child chose. You see what I'm saying? Like, and that has nothing to do with her child. They just living their best life. But it's a reminder, because it's just like, dang, why can't I have that? But she got that. So there can be that, that head bunted because of that. So sometimes it's not even just the physical where the competition is, it's a lifestyle. It's layers, and that other person who's doing well starts to feel that. And it's just like, damn. And you ain't trying to dim your light. You just trying to live. So, but it still bothers you. And as we see in this clip, it bothers Rose that her mother is not trying to be happy for her, and the other people in her family aren't trying to be happy for her. So that's what I'm taking from just this little bit. But we're going to get back into this clip. Let me know your thoughts as we continue to go in this clip. Let's see. Brittany says she doesn't truly know herself. Nope. She doesn't. And she's young. She's trying to figure it out. We've all been there before. As I say, I can relate to Rose. Let me see, by 29, 30, I was a mother of 3. So listen, I understand just the woes of just being a young parent, being a young wife. I was a young wife like her. And it's a lot, y'all. Like it hits differently when you got all that going on at 29, 30 versus you got all that going on at 35, 40, y'all. It's different because we're still growing. So Rose is still growing as her children are still growing. So it's like they growing together. And that's what happens a lot of time when we become like young parents. It's like you're growing, your children are growing. So like everybody is being impacted by the growing pains. And, Rose is in that season of the growing pains. And I feel like it's going to get better, but her babies are young. So these are tough times for her. So let's get back into this video.
It's because like I go and apply for an apartment, I'm happy, I'm on an island, I'm away from everybody, but somehow there's a whole group message. I'm walking back to the hotel and I check my group message and they're just talking crap about me. So I left the conversation. But yeah, that's why it's nicer to be over here, because it's like I get to give myself just away from everybody. But also I get to give myself an excuse why people don't come visit me and stuff or care to see my kids. I cannot believe she has not met River. She's only seen Race about 2 times in her life, and she treated him like just like a baby on the street, like, oh, he's cute, And then she literally goes, like when she sees him, hi, Raiden, Roz, and give them a kiss and a big tight hug, and then, oh, hi, Race, oh, he's so cute. And then Brett's even asked me multiple times, and Brett is not like that at all. I talk about race and color a lot more than Brett does. But Brett is like, is it like, you think that they don't like my kids because they're mixed or something? Even Brett has genuinely ask that to me because the way that they act.
So as she says in this clip, like going to Hawaii. So Hawaii was a vacation for their family. Like legit, they went on vacation and never left. Like that's what happened. That's how they got to Hawaii. They packed up, hey, we're going on vacation. School had just ended. Rose was like, hey, I want to stay here. This is my happy place. So now what we're seeing is why Rose wanted to stay. She's legit running. She is a runner. She's a track star. I'm a runner. I'm a track star. Like she's a runner. I remember being like that early on when I was younger in my teenage years, early adulthood. I was a runner. Like, so when it came to relationships, I also was a runner. When I got married, I learned how to kind of sit, work through things, not be so quick to run because you can't just be up and running like that. At some point, you got to realize that you got to sit and just deal with stuff. You can't keep running away. So again, that is what I learned just as I grew, got older. I'm now in my 40s. Rose is still young, but she's running away from pain. And as she said in this clip, she's like, well, if I move away, say go to Hawaii, in my mind, I can psych myself out and say, oh, I don't see my family because I live in Hawaii, right? But sis, she wasn't seeing her family before she moved to the island. But this she can tell herself, well, this is why I don't see my family. But that's not it, it's a false pretense. And as we see play out in her life, she does a lot of trickery with playing mind games with herself. I guess my daughter, like she's 14, she said at school they call it delulu. She's delulu, is the delulu, the delusion. She forms this narrative in her mind because it helps her quote unquote sleep better at night if she tells herself one thing when it's actually in actuality it's not the reality. It's just what she tells herself to keep going. And many people do that every day. Like they just play mind games with themselves, tell themselves one thing, and then they know their reality is something different. But this is how they cope because they can't deal with the reality because it's so painful. And Rose is going to get into it more in this video with just the pain and how she reacts to it and the crying and things. Even though she's a grown woman, she's married, she's with children, she's still someone's daughter. She's still someone's daughter. She still yearns to be loved. She still wants family connection. She wants that from her own family. Let's see. Brittany says, I imagine that would put a huge rift in a relationship between the uplift and her running from her mother's mistreatment. Very sad. Very true. That's true. Brittany, you say, hey, me too. I was a professional ghost. Listen, it is so easy to run. Like that was just my thing in my early adult years to just run. But it was what I witnessed. Like I witnessed that just in my own personal life. Like when the going get tough, just run away, leave the situation, go do something else. And you can spend a lifetime doing that. And y'all, I really feel like I didn't even stop doing that until probably I got around like 30 after I had like my third baby. And my husband was just like, listen, like you can't keep running. We got to work through these things. So it was because of him and the strength he had with saying, no, let's work through this. Don't keep running. You're going to one day regret just running from whatever we're going through. And so I trusted him and I started working through things and stopped running. And so today I'm someone where I don't consider myself a runner. Now I will kind of give you the Heisman, when it comes to drama to protect my peace, but I'm not one that's running from things anymore. I'm more apt to kind of just deal with it and sit in it and just, deal with whatever emotions I may feel as a result of that versus just running from it. Because how many of us know people that we see, or if we're that person where we're just constantly running from the situation and then we get into another situation and what you was running from is showing up there too because you never even dealt with it. You just added a new player to the situation. So listen, same here, Brittany. Also, boundaries are important. Yes, that's where I'm at in my season. It's about setting boundaries. And what they say years ago, I heard Oprah say on her show, you have to teach people how to treat you. So I'm all about that. Everyone does not deserve to be in your space, regardless who they are. Mother, father, adult children, if they're not acting right, then you let them know they can't come around until they do better by you. I like to say, if they're not making you feel warm and fuzzy, if somebody's not making you feel warm and fuzzy, you need to reevaluate that relationship and move around. So let's get back into the video.
So I want to be away and just create my own little family, and
Mom,
it doesn't feel like
Mom,
don't feed them. I don't want them over here.
And I have a 60 to be, and I have 6 a.m.
But it doesn't really seem like
nothing.
anybody cares too much about.
All right.
Mama, you got me promised away.
Me or my family or kids anyway, so I sort of feel like it feels better.
Mom,
Your one sister. Oh, you got one sister, but Diane, like, West.
Yeah, Charm, she's cool. Yeah, sir. She's cool.
yes.
So the thing is, and that's why I don't want to ever, like, Roz and Raiden are quite stressful, but I don't want to split my kids up because I think my parents made that mistake. So, like, my dad has 16 kids, but together my mom and dad have
Mom.
6. And so I say 6, but it's really they have 4 together. But my dad got with my mom just like Brett, like when the kids were so young, my older 2. So it's like they're all his. But my 3 younger siblings, they never left Ohio. My dad never let them leave. And then I'm the one, my mom got 3 and my dad got 3. But the older 2 are technically another man's biological kids. And they're like light skinned and stuff and like different. And then it's me. And my mom will always say, "Oh, you just like your fucking dad." So like I was in California with my mom, and then those other 3 were in Ohio, so their like bond is like this, like very, very close. And then the oldest 2 that was in California, they have the same dad and mom, so their bond was very, very close. And then it was only me out there with those 2, and I'm the one that my mom kept saying like, "You're just like your dad," and stuff. So
As they say, you have to be careful what you say around your children. Rose has struggled, it seems like, with acceptance just about all her life. So acceptance, colorism. She talked about, she was the only girl in the house with her mom. So her 2 older brothers who shared the same father, they bonded, more. They were light. I'm not sure if she said this yet, but they were lighter complexion. They looked different. So they had each other. And then her siblings, of course, that's with her dad, they had the dad. So they're all bonding. So she's just like solo on this island. So remember we said she ran to Hawaii and she just stayed there. She's used to, in her mind, just being isolated, like team I don't have nobody. Because how many of us have felt like you have people when you turn to your right or left, but you still feel alone? Like that's a real thing, to be in a room with people, but still feel alone. So even Rose is one of 16 kids. She still feels alone, which is no different than if she was the only child. Because she said there was nobody else like that. It's like that she could relate to, because everybody else had somebody else. So she just felt alone. I too can relate to that. I'm one of 4. I'm the oldest of 4. I have 2 sisters that are twins. So I always say they came into this world with a friend. They always had each other. So they were like this. Then there was me. And then we have a brother who's like 6 years younger. So I felt like, okay, when it came to just growing and with my sisters, I was kind of on this island by myself, but they had each other. So when we'd move around, we have to make new friends. They always had friends. Like I said, they came into this world with their friend. I had the challenge of trying to, okay, figure out, okay, how am I going to make friends? Who am I going to talk to? I didn't really have a lot in common with my sisters. So there was that. So I understand how you can still be around other people, but still feel alone because you feel different. And so I felt different. CJ Lopez says, you can't make these rash decisions when you have 4 children to raise. She isn't 16. There isn't any excuse at this point. I agree. I agree. There isn't no excuse, but I can say that I can understand because I've been there at her age and being so caught up in my emotions to where I don't think from a logical standpoint as to, I know what it is to have illogical thoughts is what I'm saying. I ultimately did not make illogical decisions, but I'm going to lay it on out there. The reason why I didn't is because I had a very logical husband who like didn't allow me to make an illogical decision. So for example, Rose wanting to be in the Hawaii and all of that. That would have been a good time for her husband to step up to the plate and be like, no, I don't think this is probably going to be the best idea for us to just uproot and pick up and move here and lay down all the reasons versus going with the shenanigans. So that makes a difference. You don't have to show support to somebody by going along with all their shenanigans. You show support to them by keeping it real and being honest. And what I see play out in her relationship is that her husband is he just goes along with everything, regardless if it's a good idea or not. He's just there. And I think the reason why he does that is because Rose is the breadwinner of the family. Have you all ever heard the person who makes the money is the person who makes the decisions? Think about it. The person who makes the money, meaning when I say make the money, who basically is the breadwinner, who's making most of the money, that's the one who's making the decisions. And in this relationship, no matter how big and burly Brad is, Rose is the shot caller. Rose is calling the shots here. We can see this play out. And because she's calling the shots, it's not always the best decision. It's not always rational. She's a woman. A lot of times us women are emotional. So it's beneficial to have that masculine energy in your life, a male that can think more rational and let you know what, baby, this not the best decision. I understand Hawaii is your happy place, but we'll just book another trip in 6 months. We can't uproot and move here because I don't feel like when they make the decision to move to Hawaii, that was the best for their family. Because to me, she looks like she's been going through it even more since she's been stuck out there on that island. Like I said, when you got stuff going on, I used to say, I can run. If I got issues and problems right here sitting in Georgia, I tell you, if I pick up and run off to Ethiopia, those problems are still going to be there. You cannot run from problems. You have to stop and address them because they're still there. And that's what she doesn't realize yet. And I don't feel like her husband helps her to realize that. And I think it has to do with he does not feel like he has control over his family, his household. Why? Because Rose is the breadwinner of that family. She has all the weight on her shoulders. She has the pressure. He's just there. He's just there. And Rose aired that all out when she cussed him out a couple of days ago on that live and took that video down. We went over that yesterday. If you have not seen that video, please go check that live out because she straight went in and told all the business. So what I'm talking about today, I'm piggybacking off of too what she said. Today's video is to try to give more context to why she behaves the way she does. Is rooted from someplace, and it goes back to childhood traumas. Let me read some comments before we get back into the video. Let's see. For real, mine would have been like, woman, get your damn bags. We going home. Right, girl. Mine's, girl, if you don't come on, who? Come on. CJ says, I think her husband cannot tell her anything. She seems the type you cannot speak to in that manner. I agree. That's what, a lot of people like to call the masculine energy. Rose has that masculine. People a lot of times get femininity mixed up with because you can sit and look pretty and all of that. But the feminine energy it's not just really how you look. It's really not really heavily on that. It's how you navigate through life, how you communicate, how you how you interact with people. It's a lot. It's like a holistic totality type thing. So she has this masculine energy because, as we see, it seems like she's a young lady that's been stuck to really take care of herself since she was a child. There was nobody there that really cared enough to be bothered with how she was feeling at that any particular time in her life. She was just dealing with it herself. So like I said, even though she's one of like 16 kids or one of 6 from her mom, she still felt like she was alone. So because she felt like she was alone, she's used to just doing everything by herself. So she has this man here, he's physically there, but in her mind, it's like, well, I don't need you. I've been getting it out the mud on my own since I was young. So you're there, but I mean, sir, I don't need you. There's so many women who have that mentality of I don't need you, and they move like that and they show that. I've been there too with not I don't need you, and it's something that's embedded from like growing up in childhood and being told you don't need no man. Like if you're told that enough times, you start to move that way and really believe that, and then it comes off that way in your relationships. And that's the energy she gives off to him, is that, yeah, I mean, you cool and all, but I don't really need you like that, and he knows that. But I feel like if he had more involvement, or if he was the primary breadwinner in the household, I don't feel like Rose would be able to comfortably have that type of energy when it comes to him. I really don't see why she would even have that energy if he was holding it down in a way that in which she is from a financial standpoint. CJ says she is the masculine energy. That's the issue also. Yes, I agree. There's a lot of masculine energy in women, and a lot of times it came from a lot of times. Hold on, had a phone call coming in. A lot of times, that masculine energy comes from survival. Like I said, where you're taught from an early age, you don't need somebody. And a lot of times the reason why we're taught that way is because our mothers, our aunts, grandmothers were disappointed by men. So with their daughters, they tell them, hey, you don't need them. So do better than me. Position yourself to get it out the mud yourself. Have your own resources. So therefore, if they want to act up, leave, whatever, you have your own. You're not stuck. You're not dependent on them. You're not feeling like you have to stick around and endure whatever it is that they're giving. And so we take that, because that's what we're taught. And we take that into, our early adulthood, and we're giving off that energy. And some of us, are fortunate enough, like myself, to turn it around. But then you have a lot that don't ever turn it around. And a lot of times the women who don't ever turn it around, their relationships with their men don't work. So that relationship fizzles. They get a divorce. I mean, it just doesn't work because you can't have two masculine. It's not going to work with that two masculine energies in the house. And you got to have the balance. It has to be masculine, feminine energy. It's just like, okay, which one is going to be? Either the woman's going to take on that masculine energy, or the man's going to take on, the feminine, but somebody has to take on one to have balance. And Rose clearly has that masculine energy, and what is left for the husband to take on more of that feminine energy, whereas he's looking like a whole kept man out here. CJ said, if Rose thinks she can get a sugar daddy forever to finance she's confused. I agree. A lot of times women think that, these things that they're able to get right now while they're young, pretty, sexy, that it'll last forever. So they move that way. They don't really think or plan ahead for the future. And I agree, she has to figure it out, because she's not going to always be this young, hot woman to where any man is going to be wanting to come along and take care of her. That's right now, that's the case. But when she gets 50, 60, that's not going to be the case. She'll be lucky if when she get 40, that there's still going to be some man that's going to be willing to do all that for her. Because at 40, a sugar daddy for her is going to be somebody who's maybe 60, 70. So men typically like young ladies. So at 40, like, it's a good chance a 60-year-old don't want someone even as old as 40. They may still want somebody in their 20s or 30s. The younger, the better. in their mind, the younger the better. So Rose is just stuck on, she know what she can pull right now in today's times, but what they say, today's prices aren't necessarily tomorrow's prices. So let's get back to this video, and I'll get go through the comments some more, but let's get through this video. We're just about finished with it.
Thank you. I'm not glad I'm not like you.
Yeah. So, even the one that mom likes, like, we're not like super close like she is with the other ones. And like all the siblings, like they have cousins and stuff, but they live in Ohio, so they're all like very close. And my kids literally like don't have any cousins. They're not close with any cousins because I've always just been by myself on the West Coast. So, I mean, moving is not like a difference. You guys are the closest to family that we have, but it's not much difference anyways because we already live on the opposite side of the country. But likely we won't be moving forever, just like a year. But yeah, stupid tears just always fall, so I try to make Brett not see.
She's already planning to move again. She said we likely won't move forever, just like a year. So she's saying, oh, we'll probably just be in Hawaii for a year. What? So you're going to uproot the kids back to where? Y'all going back to Arizona? You going to Las Vegas? Like, where are you going? So she's a runner. She's a runner, and she hasn't figured that out yet, that is her problem, and she needs to deal with that. And she likely would need counseling to help her with that. Hopefully one day she'll accept counseling, but she's running. And as she's running, unfortunately, the children are running with her. CJ Lopez says, Rose forgets that people watch them, the family, the story, which has to have Brett in it. It's not just her making the money, really. I agree. It's not just her making the money, really. You are right. But Rose is the brains behind the brand. So just like you have a CEO and they have workers, no, it's not just the CEO making the money. It's the workers who are doing the grunt work. At the end of the day, you know, the CEO is the one who's responsible for how well the company is going to do based off of the decisions that they make from up top. And Rose has talked about in other videos that a lot of people go in on her and they think that she's just this kept woman and she doesn't do anything, and that Brett is the one who does everything, but she is the brains behind the brand. So all the shenanigans, all this stuff you see them do in front of the camera, Brett is, to me, I view it almost like an employee to her, because all this comes from her. These are her ideas, and he's just going along with it. So yes, there's a lot of people who tune in and they like Brett, but at the same time, it's her that's the driving force behind the channel, to where I feel like if Brett wasn't even a part of her channel anymore, I still feel like she would still do well, because she has that she's very interesting, and she do have a lot of people who do like her. And because she's so smart, she said that she's an entrepreneur at mind. She said, I believe she said on a video I've seen her talk on before, she's never worked like a job. She's always just done entrepreneurial type work. And her father was that way. So she didn't see someone just going to work, clocking in. So her mindset is to do it yourself. So when she met her husband, she said that, he had already has a degree. He has student loan debt. She helped him out of that debt. She helped him build his credit. She was the one who was behind with, okay, when it was time for them to buy a house, going out there, handling the business for the house. When she cussed him out the other day, she talked about she was the one who paid for the down payment. Like, yes, he is there with her with this channel, but Rose, from a financial standpoint, Rose would be very fine without Brett, because she is the one that's getting to the money. Brett has said that on his own. On a video I showed yesterday, if you haven't seen it, he says, oh, well, my job, is used to, pay for like day-to-day things, but Rose, what she does, that's used to elevate us. Like, he acknowledges that what Rose does, it's on a whole nother level than what he does. So he acknowledges that. But I do agree, their channel, the brand, it is a family thing. But I think in her mind, she's looking at it from a different standpoint. She's looking at it from more of the resource part, as far as with who's putting most of the effort into their brand. She is. He's like, to me, I look at it's almost like he's an employee to her. And that's how she treats him. And that's how he acts. So I'll get through some comments before we're almost done with this video. We'll get back into the video. CJ said, and she's a mother of 4 now. It's different, as bad as it sounds. Yes, it's very different. I agree. Brittany says he probably wants to go home and she's got to give it up if she wants to stay, but that's just an assumption. Yeah, my bet is that, yeah, he doesn't want to be there, but he's there because she's the breadwinner. Like when she cussed him out on the video a couple of days ago, she talked about he had gotten fired from, hold on one moment. She said that he had gotten fired for stealing food or something. She said he was bringing food home from wherever he was working. She said he was bringing home the food, and she told him she was going to leave him if he kept doing it. And she claimed he ended up getting fired because he was bringing home food from the job. Brett, I feel like, does not want to be in Hawaii, but how else he finna eat and live? Like, he got to go where the money is. And so that's what happens when you're a man and you're not in control and running your household. He doesn't have no pool. He's doing whatever she say that he needs to do. And he can leave if he wants to and go to Arizona, but like, he going to be on a soup line. His lifestyle going to change. The channel going to continue to go. She going to still continue to record. I'm sure she got the control over the YouTube channel. She can go in there and change password. Remember, when you think CEO, think of Rose. Rose is the CEO of this situation here. Brittany says, yes, she's very capable, incredibly smart business-wise. She really needs to work on this deep emotional trauma she's carrying around on her back. Yes. I mean, but that's the case with there's so many women who just that makes a lot of money, that are super smart, but they can also get in their own way when it comes to the part pertaining to relationships, because it's almost like, well, in my career, if I'm winning over here and have successes over here, it automatically equates to it taking that same energy to have wins and successes over here in the relationships. And that is not the case. That's not the case. As I say, I would tell there's, someone I know who's a very driven woman, single, and she aspires to pretty much run the company one day, be a CEO, whatever she wants to do, be the VP. And she's single. And I told her, I say, here's the thing. When you get that position, when you come home, you have to, when you pull that Lexus, whatever you're driving at the time, she has a Lexus now, whatever you're driving at the time, when you pull that car in the driveway, you have to leave that energy in that driver or in that garage. You cannot take that in the house, because when you're in the house, the man is the leader. The man is the leader. So regardless of what your check looks like, you cannot bring that energy in the house. It's not going to work. And then you're going to be mad when he's not showing up in his masculine energy when you want him to. But hell, any other time you want to be the one leading in the masculine energy. So we can't pick and choose when we want our men to man up. We have to set the tone and want him to always be the one manning up and running the show. And here's my thing. If you're with a man and you cannot trust him and you say, well, I don't want him making the decisions because he doesn't make good decisions, baby, you need to find you a new one. That is no excuse to be with a man and be carrying around and trying to run the show. Trade him out until you come across one that can run the ship. Like, it's not an excuse to be with a quote unquote soft man and then complain that he's soft. Because to me, it has me to look at you to be like, are you purposely choosing a weak man because you can't handle a masculine man? You don't want to deal with someone who's taking the lead. You feel uncomfortable being in a position where you cannot take the lead. And I truly feel like a man gets the best out of a woman when he's in that situation where he's able to take the lead. Because from what I've seen from situations, whether it be friends or family, and women that are just that has that masculine energy and they're taking over, they do not respect the men, y'all. They do not respect them. And then I'll see them get with another man who who's making more money or who has that masculine energy, and they got all the respect in the world for that man. Like, it is a real thing. It's a real thing. So ladies, like, don't just be settling for some weak man and just be snapping on him, cussing him out and saying you're doing it because he weak. Because to me, I'm looking at you side eye like, well, hell, you chose him. You chose him to be your baby daddy. Like, well, why are we choosing him if he is failing you in all these areas? That's not an excuse. But let's get back into this video. We're just about finished reviewing this one.
Them because they're very stupid. But like technically, I was my dad's and my dad and my mom's first girl, like the oldest, and then they had girl again, and then they finally got a boy. So my little brother never went because that's like my dad's first boy. Like, he tried so hard to get a boy. So they have a very good bond. And then Charm, the one that Grandma Diane likes, we have the same mom and dad, but when Charm was born, she had something called jaundice. River had it too. But she had jaundice, so she was like a really ugly purple color. And my mom was like, I don't want this, because my mom is like, she has like nice, pretty hair, like more European features. And my dad is very black, wide nose, dark skin, nappy hair. But like she's like, I want this black ass baby. And so my dad always felt a way to like protect Charm. So he never let her go to California with my mom. They were married 12 years, and then they divorced when I was 7. So I went to California with my mom, Charm, and my brother stayed, and then Makwane went back and forth for a while, but then she ended up just staying with my dad. But I was the only one with my terrible mother, besides the oldest two. But yeah. It's kind of bad when women have like a, what is it called? Like resentment toward the father and then treat kids a weird way because of it. But
now that's a real thing. Women will have children with a man, and then when that relationship go left and there's left, with raising that child, baby, don't let that child look like that man that pissed them off. Like, I've seen and heard that where you see the women treat that child a certain way based off of how they feel about the father. So if they just really hate the father, I've seen where that relationship between them and their child is just so bad. And it's like that child is a reminder, like a constant reminder of that man. But you chose to have a baby with him, and it's not the child's fault that they took on the genetics. They look like that man, but that child will get the brunt of that and get that harsh treatment because of that. That I've heard and seen things like that. And it's very unfortunate, and it's psychological. And as Rose has talked about, her mother came up during the time. And I think a lot of it has to do with the air. And colorism is still real today. And I was just talking to my friend, Miss V, today about the whole colorism and texturism. There's a lot of people who came up during the years of her mother is probably, if Rose is around 30, 40, 50, her mom got to be like in her 50s, probably early 50s, between 55, 60, around that time. I've seen her mom. She looks like she's probably in her early 50s. But the idea of the texturism as far as the hair, the face, the color, like that was a real thing to where women, I've heard that, even heard of stories in my own family to where babies weren't accepted if they looked a certain way, and they were temporarily sent to go live with somebody else until they started looking a certain way, whether it was like their features came in or they got lighter. That is a thing. So Rose is dealing with a lot of psychological trauma when it comes to just her physical appearance, because she said her brothers were lighter complexion, they had softer hair. We'll see her mom later, but her mother has a really soft texture hair. And it seems like because of the mom has that soft texture hair, a different type of hair that we see that Rose has. Remember, Rose shaved all hers off and it's kind of growing in, but we see Rose don't have the same hair that her mama got. Rose has, looks like she got 4AB hair, somewhere in the fours, but the mom's hair is more of like in the maybe like a 3C hair. And Rose, again, she stood out. She didn't have the same complexion as her fair skinned brothers. She didn't have the silky hair texture as them or as her mom. So she has the, the brown skin, the more kinky hair, the wider nose. These are, physical characteristics that set her apart from her mother's other children, in particular, the ones that were still in the house with her. And she felt those differences. Like, she felt it. And it's no wonder that why she's with a white man today. Like, you really even got to go as far as to think about that, as to what was her reasoning for wanting to even make a life and marry a white man and have children by a white man. Think about it, because sometimes, and I've heard ladies do that, where they say they strategically picked a white man because they wanted their child to look a certain way. Well, men do it too. I feel like they, have children with women. Black men will have children with women who aren't Black because they want their children to have a certain phenotype. Both do it, both do it, but it's psychological. It's psychological. And as Rose is talking about the comparison as far as with how she physically looks in comparison to her siblings, to me, it makes sense as to why she is with Brett and why she talks about race more than, as she said, Brett does, because she stay on her channel talking about race. People call her Racist Rose. Like, other people, it's so many content creators who have created pages just solely dedicated to talking about her. But a lot of them view her as a racist because they say that on her channel, she just pushes just that white is better, that, oh, I'm not going to ever date a Black. I've heard her. She's like, no, I don't do Black men no more. Like, I'm done. I got my king over here. So she's pushing out there that white is better. And we're seeing where she's getting that from. It's psychological. It's psychological. So let me see. Let's get into some comments. CJ says, completely agree. Brittany says, yes, that's exactly what I dealt with. I look too much like my dad. I'm sorry to hear that, but yeah, that's a real thing, Brittany. Brittany says, that's right. I didn't ask for him. That's for damn sure. No, the kids never asked for them. That's really sad. Yes, it's sad. It's very sad. And she looks so sad. Like, literally, Rose looked like she's probably about 11 years old in this clip. I've seen a lot of videos with Rose, and I've never seen her just look like this. She looks like she just went back to her childhood in this moment. And I don't know if I'm going to share some with you all. One thing I've heard about trauma, I've heard someone say that when it comes to trauma, where you had the most major trauma in your life, that's where your growth stops. So when I say growth, that means that's where your mentality stops. So if you endured something and you had a lot of trauma, let's just say 14 or 15, that's when it happened. It's like your growth just stopped there. So you can be 25, 35, 45 and still be stuck at like a 15-year-old. And that's a real thing, because I've seen people to where I know they had trauma at around those teenage years. And I'm thinking to myself, man, this person too old to be acting like this. And then when I learned that, I'm like, it makes sense, because I would tell myself, man, this person seems like they act more immature than my kids. And when I thought about that, I'm like, that is right. This person endured trauma, or became a parent at this age, 15 or 16. So it makes sense why they're giving off this energy, later in life, in 40s, 50s, 60s. Like, it makes sense because they're still stuck in that traumatic place. It makes so much sense. So I'm looking at Rose and she looks so young to me. So it has me to think, am I seeing her look like such a little girl right now? Is because that's when a lot of her trauma started. So she's back in that little girl space right now in this moment. It's deep, you guys. Brittany Farm said that must make Brett feel really uncomfortable. I'm sure it does. I mean, I would imagine it does, to be with someone who's always talking about race and making it seem like your race is better, because I've never seen him talk like that. But, clearly, he's not a man that seems like that tries to have a voice in the relationship, for the reasons that I've come up with. I feel like, it's rooted in finances. She's the breadwinner, so she's the shot caller. Brittany says, yes, it's all the way from childhood. Stunted. Yes. Stunted growth. Yes. Let's get through this video. We have like a minute or so left.
Rose, I cannot believe you ate that whole burger. Oh my gosh, that's where your son gets it from.
I'm still eating half of it.
Barely.
I've ate half of it. Just one bite of this.
Mom, can you open this?
I got all of this stuff. I'm a terrible influence. I feel very good off my one little Prosecco, so I ordered Dad another because he don't even feel nothing. That's the man thing, though. They have very high tolerance. But I need somebody to feel good because I feel good. I feel good. And I can't have another because I do breastfeed, and so I'm drinking my water. And I got to wait till my next breastfeeding session, and then I can have another drink.
Right, it is.
Okay, so it looks like, after she had that conversation with her father-in-law, and he just sat and listened to her, you'd hear him here and there ask a question, but she just talked. It seemed like it was therapeutic for her because she seemed, afterwards, like in a better space. She said, she felt good. And to me, she looked better. But it's good that she was able to be vulnerable with her father-in-law, who is a white man. And sometimes it's not our actual blood family that has us feel the best or has us feel accepted. So sometimes, it's deeper than blood. As they say, what blood is thicker than water. Sometimes your blood don't show up for you in the manner in which they should. And it's people in your tribe, in your community who show up for you, who then become your family. And then there's nothing wrong with that. And Rose right now, it's like her family is people who don't look like her. How many of us have family and people who we feel like support us and who are there for us, and they don't look like us, and they're not our blood relatives, but we see that they show up for us in a far greater way than anybody related to us has ever shown up for us, whether it's mother, father, brother, sister, grandma, aunt, uncle. That's the case for a lot of people. And it comes down to just creating a unit. And if you don't have blood relatives or some people to show up for you, it's okay to create a tribe outside of that and to find people who support you, even if they don't look like you. CJ said her in-laws seem lovely and really have embraced them all. Yes, I have another video I'm going to share with you all with her mother-in-law. So I want to show the interaction, and as I lead up to showing what her interaction was with her mother from, I think this was very recent, maybe within the past 5 days, where she had this bad encounter with her mom. But I wanted to show you all what her relationship looks like with her in-laws. So now we're going to switch over to another video where we're going to show she's doing a Q&A with her mother-in-law. So, okay. So this is going to be a video where Rose is sitting, doing a Q&A with her mother-in-law, and they're just, having casual conversation, and just pay attention to the demeanor, the voice tone, just Rose body language, the mother-in-law's, body language, how she speaks, and just take all that in because it's very important.
Real luxury for you.
What do you mean?
Like, so what's a self-care day look like for a rural living girl? So like a city girl, a self-care day for me would be go get my hair done, go get a massage, go get my nails done, maybe go to brunch with some girlfriends. What's spark girl luxury to you? Or go shopping.
Yeah. I like shopping, and I like going out to brunch with my friends. I like to sit outside on the porch and just soak up the sun.
Yeah, me too.
And
I love getting my vitamin D.
just address me.
No, I was looking at how your eyes just pop out so much when you wear blue. They really, really do. So someone asked, were you disappointed when Brett marrying a black girl instead of white?
Never.
No, really?
Never.
Yeah.
So I didn't care one way or the other. I always wanted my kids to be happy, and I actually really liked it.
Okay, so another person asks, what was you and Dad's reaction when you found out Brett was marrying a Black woman with 2 kids? You could be honest. It's okay for like a mother to be concerned or anything.
I didn't really, honest, I didn't care.
Yeah.
I grew up with a London family also, so.
Who has step-siblings? Yeah.
So it didn't bother me at all. Brett always talked well of the kids and spoke well of them, so I was really anxious to meet them.
Oh. Okay, so that is something.
All of y'all did say that baby Riz looks just like grandpa.
Random weird thoughts in their head about.
So I want to pause it there because, as I said, I wanted you all just to pay attention to the interaction between Rose and her mother-in-law. And as they're interacting, it comes off as very genuine. Rose looks very happy and comfortable as she's talking to this woman, and this woman looks the same. And as she said, when she learned of her son being in a relationship and saying that he wanted to marry this Black woman who was a single mother with 2 kids, she said that didn't bother her. She said that she came from a blended family, and she was excited about, her son would talk about Rose's children and how wonderful they are. So she looked forward to finally meeting them. And from when I've seen just different videos and things of Rose and her mom, like I came across a video, I don't know if I have it saved to go over because I had quite a few videos saved. When Rose was pregnant, like her mother came through and was cleaning their house. When they bought their new house, the mom came in and helped put away the furniture. That's the items in the kitchen, the dishes, cleaned up everything, organized the closets, went shopping with her. Brett was out of town, so the mom was in town, and she just came in and was just like a savior. And I know what that's like with being a mom and being pregnant or having a new baby, and my mom coming over, cleaning the house from top to bottom, doing all these things that my husband wasn't there to do because he had gone back to work and I was now home with a new baby. This is what Rose's mother-in-law did for her. She was there when the babies were born. Like her, when I say this woman who don't look like Rose has shown up for Rose. And this woman, this is not even her blood mom. Rose, as we've seen in the previous video, she was like, her mom doesn't even come and visit her, haven't met the new baby. And then her first baby, her older baby that she has, her Brett, I think maybe only seen him like once or twice. And then when her mom was around the grandson, she felt like the mom wasn't as receptive to loving on him as she was with the brown, the darker complexion babies that had Brett, to wonder, like, is it because the kids are mixed that has her to be standoffish? So Rose, fortunately, she is, getting love and acceptance from her in-laws. So it is coming from someplace. I do feel that what she pointed out, I think in another video or the previous video with her father-in-law, that they don't live in the same place. I don't know where her in-laws live. I don't know. I know they're not in Hawaii. And before they moved to Hawaii, they were in Arizona. But she made a comment to the father-in-law, say, we live across the country from one another. So I guess they're still long distance as well. But either way, even though they're further away from her geographically than her own biological mother, she's closer to them. Like her mother is literally I think she said maybe was 4 hours away from where she was living in Arizona. I don't know where the mom lives. I'm thinking the mom lives in California, but the mom still never came through. But here it is. The in-laws live across the country and they show up for her far greater than her own mama. How many of us can relate to that, where we got people who maybe from a geographical standpoint are further away from us, but they show up for us faster, more frequently than somebody who's just up the street or maybe even in the same house as you. So, it's sometimes distance doesn't even make a difference. It's just like who's here for you and who's not. So let's get back to the video. This is a Q&A between Rose and her mother-in-law. I'm sorry.
I've gotten so much backlash. Like, I'm sure his parents don't approve of you and this and that because of the kids or because of maybe my skin color or whatever. So I appreciate that you just completely debunked that. Someone said, what kind of kid was Brett?
Brett was a middle child, so there was a little competition between him and his youngest brother.
Let me go get Bella. She's still loud.
Brett was very creative and he was always artsy, and he even at a young age made movies, and him and Gary and my other son Brandon would play act and do things and they'd film. He's very creative.
So it's not a surprise that he's now a YouTuber. Although I had to literally force Brett to do this, but he is very, like, he has an artistic eye. That's why he's like a quiet type of person. I'm just speaking as an adult, obviously. It was a super shock to me that he does not listen to real music. He only listens to classical music. So when I got in the car with him and he only had a classical radio, I was like, dude, what? Like, you could listen to rock, country, anything but this, just 24/7, but he does, like, and it's like that artsy, classical, mystical thinking side of him that, you know, his Piscean ways, but he now likes to listen to a lot of Viking music, so, and he likes to.
So it seems like Rose got with a man who's like a polar opposite of her, which happens a lot, opposites attract, but him being with Rose, it has him it seems like to be a lot of times out of like his comfort level, you know, because she had to force him to do YouTube. The internet is not for everybody. Like, I'm on the internet. No one else in my family is on the internet. So, and I can't force them to be on the internet because it's an acquired taste. Everyone doesn't want to have the camera in their face and air it out. And she just said that Brett did not want to do that. Brett did not want to do that. But she got Brett to do that, I'm sure, because she painted the picture from the financial standpoint of how it could elevate them. And if he knew at that time, I'm sure likely that, okay, well, from what I'm doing now, the money I'm making, it dang sure can't do what you're saying that the internet can do for us. So it was almost like he felt like, well, if I say no, what's the alternative? Because I don't have the money or the resources to step in to give her these things or this lifestyle she wants. And if she's saying, hey, I've found a way that we can have it, who am I to say, no, we can't do it? Like, really think about that. If you can't come into the situation and produce, how are you going to say no to the person who has the solution for producing? You see what I'm saying? So what happened is that when Rose had this idea and this vision, he felt like, okay, well, I got to go along with it because it's like, I don't have nothing else. So it's not like if I can tell her no, but we can still have that same lifestyle by me providing from my job over here. When she cussed him out a couple of days ago, she aired it all out to say he ain't had no money. He was broke. He was sleeping in somebody's basement on the mattress in somebody's house. So this goes to show this was a man that basically, it's like he had no other choice but to go along with whatever idea she had, because he had no idea. You know what I'm saying? It's like, how does the person who has no idea tell the person who has an idea no? So when she say I had to make him, yes, so she pointed out, sir, you do not have any resources. You do not have any money. We have no other choice but to try this if I'm going to come out of the strip club, because that's where he met her at. He was a bouncer at the strip club where she worked at. She no longer strips. So she made good money working at the strip club. It allowed her to be able to live in a luxury apartment, she talked about. When she was dating him, while he was sleeping in somebody's basement on the floor on a mattress, she didn't like going over there, being in that type of environment. So she allowed for him to move into her luxury apartment with her 2 kids. So she's like, bruh, like, if I'm not going to be on this pole anymore, this is the alternative I've had. So which one is it? Which one is it? I'm going to be on this pole, or we finna give YouTube a try? And he went ahead and signed up for YouTube. And here we are. We see the shenanigans that has gotten them 1 million subscribers. So Brett like, bet, okay, I wasn't on for it at first, but now I'm seeing, what this bank account looking like. So he's here for the shits now. But fast forward to today, it's kind of it just came crumbling because they got into it. She aired out all the dirty laundry, gave all the background story, and it's just like, dang, because the version of what they told as to how they got to, let's just say, their million subs, as far as the quality of their marriage, their family, this, relationship goals type thing, that was false. That was false. That was false. Rose put out these lies. She was, like I said, she was the brains behind the brand. Let me get into some of these comments before we get back to the video. Let me see. CJ says she should be so grateful for that. She is blessed. I agree. The real Yvonne says mom is in California and the in-laws are in Iowa. I think you said Iowa. I understood that. Thanks for that clarification, and welcome, the real Yvonne. Thank you. Brittany says absolutely. And Miss Veronica Farish says, I'm back. Welcome back, sis. Welcome back. Buckle up. So we're just going through the quality of relationship between Rose and her in-laws in comparison, contrast to what we'll see when it comes to her biological mother. Or, we've talked about her relationship with her biological mother, but we're going to kind of see like a short video of them arguing back and forth with each other. But yeah, Brett is like over here just basically he in the passenger seat. She driving, Rose is driving, and Brett is in the passenger seat all day long. And he gonna stay in that passenger seat until he figure out a way to get his money up that supersedes whatever that YouTube channel is coming in with. And I don't see that happening because YouTube, they got 1 million subscribers. They get crazy views. So I don't see him going out there just being able to make more money that can make up for those YouTube checks for them to stop doing YouTube. I don't see that. And I don't see her signing up to say, okay, we're not going to do YouTube unless that takes place. Because she like, listen, we got to live, we got to eat, and we living in Hawaii. This is not the state where we can try to be acting holier than thou. We got to do what we got to do. Because as he said, a value meal in the airport was $20, $24. So let's get back to the video. Thank you all for joining. Please like, share, subscribe as you come in. Thank you.
Grace to listen to that. He went to school, right? Some school of the arts or school for arts, something. What was it for?
It was for, I believe, making programming movies and things like that. Cartoons. He drew, and he was going to make a movie of cartoon of some sort.
Bella, stop biting. You are a little biting thing. Okay, so how many more grandkids do you want? And I'm gonna say, because Brett has, there's 3, she has 3 children. So I'm gonna say, how many grandkids do you want from me? How many more?
As many as I can get.
Really? What if we had 10? They're good for me. Be happy? For real? Okay, so we do want more, for sure. Okay. What is one thing you love about me?
She's fun.
Yeah, I think I'm fun.
I like her young ways and her youthfulness. She likes me.
I do. I love Mom. And I don't want you guys to get confused. If you follow me on here, I take pride in being authentic. So I don't want to just rate Bella. Nobody. I don't want to just sell a dream. Bella is rough because she lives with all boys. I'm gonna put her down. She's fighting me like crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
We get in fights.
Yeah, I don't want to sell a dream to you guys because I don't want, me and Mom, we do like bump heads, and I just think it's regular, like any family member. It's not any more or any less than she bumps heads with her sons, or than I bump heads with my dad, or
It's just
My
normal.
mom, I bump heads with way more than I bump with this mom. So I'm gonna say my dad. But like we bump heads normally, and we come back together, and we love each other. Even when we don't like each other, we love each other, and the dislike lasts for this long. You know, like we
It's
get
not
over.
like we dislike each other. It's
Yeah,
maybe something we did or didn't like. It's
Exactly.
something that we've done.
exactly. And that's
So I went out as I prepared for this live yesterday or last night to look for different videos of Rose and her in-laws, and in particular with her mother-in-law, to see if I saw any type of negative interaction between the two ladies. And I did not. These two, every video, that I came across where the mother-in-law and Rose were together, it was just genuine love, just like what we see here. This woman really loves her daughter-in-law. She does. She loves her grandbabies. She looks at the other two sons that Rose had previously, from her previous relationships, as like her grandkids as well. She wants them to come and spend time with them, like by themselves, without the parents. Like, hey, let me keep the kids for a week. Like, she shows up for Rose and this entire family, and it's very genuine. So if you do see anything pertaining to okay, Rose and conflict with the in-laws, like from what I seen from my research, that's not true. Because I initially was going to, my focal point was going to be Rose's interaction or relationship with her in-laws, because when I learned that she did not want to leave Hawaii, and that the in-laws, in particular, like the father-in-law, did not want them to stay, or the husband to stay, I couldn't help but to question, okay, what was Rose's relationship, the quality of her relationship like with her in-laws? Was she purposely trying to keep them away from them because of just toxicity? But that's not the case. That is not what I saw. I think Rose being in Hawaii doesn't have anything to do with the in-laws, because, as the real Yvonne said, they live in Iowa. So they lived in Arizona. So still, they didn't live in the same states. At the time, I thought maybe the in-laws lived also in Arizona, but they don't. So Rose being in Hawaii has absolutely nothing to do with the in-laws. Rose being in Hawaii has to do with her running from her problems, from her family, her running from just internet trolls and the harassment that she may get from the internet. She's just running. And so many people can just relate to that, what it's like to just spend your life just running because you just don't feel good about the situation that you're in. So you think like, oh, okay, well, if I just have a change of scenery, maybe I'll feel better. Or, okay, well, if I just swap my boyfriend out or girlfriend out, maybe I'll feel better. Like, we're always, in search of these quick fixes, when all along, like, it really goes to us having to go deep within with inner healing to deal with that. Because no matter where we go in this world, whatever that we're dealing with internally, it's still going to follow us. And I think people just really underestimate that, or don't want to accept that that's the reality of a situation until they stuck to have to just deal with it. And Rose hasn't gotten to the point to where she's had to just stop and deal with her reality yet. She still, I think if she were to have the internet taken away from her, I think she probably would. She is definitely one of those people when they say, hey, listen, put your phone out, log out, go to bed. Like, that is Rose all day. CJ said that lady seems like a pure soul. Rose doesn't realize how lucky she got it. I agree. CJ also said, isn't Brett's dad very ill or something? I'm not sure. I just came across just that one video that where I seen her talking with her father-in-law. And so I didn't gather much out of that about him. I just picked up that he just was just genuine, just wanted to give her that moment to be able to talk and just let out her feelings. I thought he did very well with her. He didn't interrupt. He just let her talk. So I'm not sure what the situation is with the dad's health. Let me see. The real Yvonne said, I heard he is ill or was. So, okay. Yeah. So that's unfortunate if he is. And if that is the case, think about what that may be on Brett right now with dealing with that, with knowing that his father is not well. So that, and then you have your wife and you have children you got to take care of. So that's just a lot on one person to have to deal with, knowing that, your family member is ill, plus you still have a family to be there for. So he's now, in Hawaii trying to hold down Rose and the kids, but then knowing that, okay, daddy's back in Iowa and he's not doing the best either. So maybe I'll have to try to research that more and see what I learn. CJ Lopez said, I heard he is very ill with a heart condition, that they asked for them to stay because of it. Okay, wow, that's interesting. Well, I wonder, what does that mean when you say to stay? Because I'm learning that the parents live in Iowa and Rose and her husband was living in Arizona before moving to Hawaii. So they already had like a distance. And I don't know from a geographical standpoint how long the distance is from Arizona to Iowa in comparison to Hawaii to Iowa. Either way, you got to get on a plane. You ain't driving from Hawaii. So I don't think, I guess that part really made much of a difference as far as where they live. The real Yvonne says, I heard that too. Okay. So yeah, as I continue to kind of learn more about her, I'll keep in mind, the situation with the father and try to make note of what I'm hearing that's going on with him. The real Yvonne said, Hawaii is so far. Yes, it's far. Like, you ain't driving to Hawaii to nowhere. You're hopping on a plane to go wherever you're going. CJ Lopez said, they said to wait because it seems he is maybe dying and they were scared them being even further. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, well, that's sad if that is the case, but it looks like, Brett chose to, go where his wife wanted to go. And here's the thing. When you marry, and in particular, a man, when you take on a family, your wife becomes priority over like anyone else, in particular your parents. Like, where they say when you marry, the man cleaves to the wife, like you leave mom, like you leave your priority, your wife becomes number one. So this is clearly a situation where Brett took that serious. He's like, okay, well, my wife wants to be here, so I have to do this. And I'm not mad at him for doing that, but I don't feel like he may have really painted a clear, realistic picture of what it looks like living in Hawaii in comparison to living in Arizona, if that makes sense. CJ Lopez said he said to her about he said to her about his father, but she did not care. I saw a live with them arguing. Here's the thing. I can believe she's not caring. Rose, based off of her story, Rose has grown up in a family environment where everybody was just on their own. So like, even though she's one of 16 kids from her dad's side and one of 6 from her mom's side, Rose was just kind of like a team of just self. As she said, she didn't connect with anyone. So because she's already disconnected from her own family, the value of family looks different for her than I would say for Brett, someone who did not experience not having a connection with his siblings and his parents, if that makes sense. Rose did not have that healthy connection with her parents and her siblings. So therefore, the idea of physically being away from them is like, okay, well, that's fine. Hell, they ain't been here anyway. So she still has that same energy, even when Brett think about, well, I don't want to leave mom and dad. And she's like, well, what's the big deal? I left my parents like 10 years ago. I only see my mom every 5 years. Like, what is the big deal? So her value when it comes to family and them being close and nearby is different, because her family didn't show up for her in a way that his family showed up for him. So she's not as connected emotionally to her family as he is to his family. So that's why it's so easy for her to dismiss the idea of being closer to mom and dad. Because hell, she ain't ever been close. She's like, well, I'm not near mine, and I'm just fine. To her, what's most important is the nuclear family, husband, wife, children. She doesn't look at the value that the outer family brings, because she didn't have that. Her outer family, her extended family didn't show her support on that type of level as his family did. So I can see why when you say, that she was kind of like she didn't even care when he was saying it, because she can't even comprehend what it's like to be close to your family so much to where you're not trying to live too far from them. Like, to her, like, she was like, what is that like? What do you mean you want to live within 8 hours of your mom and dad? Like, she can't even fathom that idea. She like, what? Where they do that at? Is that white people stuff? Because Black people, we don't be around each other all like that. So that's my thought on that. CJ Lopez said that he said to her about this father, but she didn't care. Okay, so let's get back to the video. And this is the Q&A between Rose and her mother-in-law.
That's normal, you guys, and that's to be expected in any relationship. So I do not ever want to sell like a dream that like everything is perfect in my life. Not everything is perfect in my life, and not everything is perfect even in my marriage. Like, me and Brett go through a lot of, not a lot of, but like a normal amount of disagreements, and they're actually healthy when you talk them out, when you communicate and you get through it, and then you guys come together even stronger than before the disagreement. So yeah, sorry, I had to flip that up, but at the end of the day, I really do love mom. I really truly do. And like, some people comment on here like about how I need to be more mature, or I need to be more respectful to mom. Do you know that I respect you? Do you truly know that I respect you? Okay, so my ways may not be like you, but I think deep down inside, mom always knows that I respect her. I wouldn't just curse her out ever in my life. And I'll curse a big blocker out, but I will not just cuss my mom out ever, no matter what, because I have respect for her, Yeah. Shit, beat my ass. No, but I do have respect for mom, and I do love her a lot. And like, her and her husband both, I just love them, like truly love them. Okay. What is one piece of marital advice that you would give to me?
Well, there's some days you're not gonna like him, and you just have to go. You made a choice to get married, and you don't have a choice not to be married.
Right.
So when you don't like someone, you work it out.
Yes.
And you might not like him at times. That love you first feel at first, that's not true. The love that you have after 40 years of marriage is different than when you first fall in love, the falling in love.
Now, as a married woman, I've been married October 1st to be 20 years, and she spoke facts there. Like, I'll say this, when you're married, especially when you put up like large numbers, you're hitting 15, 20, 30 years, what sustain that marriage to have you hit numbers like that, it's going to me, be driven more from a respect and a loyalty versus love, because love is an emotion and it's very fluid. So as mom said, there's times where you don't like each other. You're not each other's favorite people. Like, that is real. You're not going to put up numbers like 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 years and not go through some stuff and not have those moments where you don't like each other. So that's love is so fluid. So you're going in and out of these different emotions. You can feel love for each other, but in the emotions, when you're not liking somebody, love is not the first feeling, that's coming to mind that you have for this person. But what keeps you going is your loyalty, your respect for that person, and the dedication to just your unity and what you guys have built. And to me, the more numbers that you put up with somebody, the longer that you with somebody, the harder it is to kind of break away from that, because at this point, it's like you have this tie with this person. I like to view my husband as like, he's my life partner, like legit, we are going through life together. So when I look back over the 24 years that we've been together, I think about all the things that we have experienced with one another, the ups and the downs, the wins, the losses. So when I think about just wins in the future and even being in an even greater or better position, there's no one else I'd rather have by my side than that person who went through it with me. I can't even imagine trading him out and getting somebody to go through these, to experience these wins with me who wasn't there to experience just the hurdles and all that it took to even get there. And I think that's why, when a lot of people just be so quick to throw in the towel, they're solely focused on that feeling that they're feeling in that moment, which is like, well, I don't love him no more. Or you're feeling so angry, but emotions are temporary. I, Emotions are so temporary. I remember when I was at like the 7-year mark in my marriage and feeling like I was ready to throw in the towel. Child, you couldn't tell me that I was not certain, like, I don't want this anymore. Don't even ask me why I didn't even want it anymore. I was just like, oh, I just want to do something different. Like, legit, the man didn't do nothing. I just was like, yo, I think I just want to do something different. What? Imagine if I legit had gotten divorced just because it was just simply of, oh, I just want to try something different. And people do that crap all the time. And my husband at the time was like, okay, you talking crazy. You're going to regret this. And I'm like, okay, whatever. Well, I'll deal with it. But I still needed him to agree and sign off on the papers. And he wasn't even trying to do that. So finally I agreed to say, okay, I'll give it, I'll just work through these emotions and see, child. When I think back to that time in my life, I legit feel like that was just like 5 minutes of my life where, oh, I just needed a nap and I was just tired. Because when I think back to if I literally had made that life-changing decision based on that temporary emotion that I did not feel for no more than equivalent of 5 minutes of my life, there are so many people who have made these permanent decisions on a temporary emotion. People do it all the time. And I think that's why the divorce rate is so high, because people get in their feelings and they just throw in the towel and they don't have people in their life to sow in those positive seeds, or people in their life who've maybe been there and who's been married who can tell you, ma'am, yeah, you feeling this way, but you're going to get through it. It feels like that emotion is going to last forever, but it's not. I had people in my life to say that to me because on my husband's side of the family, everyone's like married and been married forever. On my side, I'm like one of few people who's been married. So it makes a difference when you have access to people close to you who have been married and who has been through some things, who can talk to you about what you're going through, because 9 times out of 10, they've been there. And they're like, listen, what they say, the storm don't last forever. It really don't. But sometimes y'all know it can feel like it's never ending. It can feel like, whatever you're hurting, the pain, whatever, it can just hurt so bad where it feel like it's not going to go away. But guess what? It does. We've all had that moment in our life where we really felt something. We felt the pain. And like today, we Gucci, we're good. And all you can do is just think back to when you was feeling it. So I agree with what the mom said when she said you work at it when you can. But you also have to use discernment and common sense on when to know when it's time to throw in the towel versus not. So that's a whole nother conversation. But yes, we do have to just, go deeper in thought before we make these decisions and just throw it all away, especially when you have children involved. And even like Rose, and at 30, I had 3 kids, all under the age of 8. And I was just ready to just risk it all because I just wasn't feeling happy. Y'all don't ask me why, but I wasn't on that day. So listen, we're women. We go through all kinds of emotions, and most divorces are filed by women. We are the one out here filing these divorces. We are. Men don't leave. They'll work through it. They'll figure out a way to, if they unhappy, they're going to like, okay, well, let me just go join the golf club. They're going to find a way to make do what to do. They don't leave. That's just not their mindset. They're just going to go find some type of happiness or peace outside of the home to do something, even if it's even getting in, having an affair, a side chick, whatever. Men's mindset is to not leave. They're just like, okay, well, this is what it is. Let me just try to go find something else, a hobby. They're just going to go move around and find something else to dabble into. But they're not going to try to be coming to you talking about, I want a divorce. They're not going to do that. They'll find another lady. They just gonna find a piece somewhere. Whereas a woman, we are more apt to just really stay in that relationship, still be loyal to you, but be unhappy, and then be like, okay, I can't do this anymore. I just want to end it. Then when we end it, then we go do whatever we want to do. So we're more likely to kind of be loyal in the situation. But men, they will just be like, yo, I mean, we can stay married, but I'm just gonna go find my peace somewhere else. And they will do it. They will do it. So we have to use common sense and discernment in these situations, and especially when you are a mom and you have young children. We definitely, ladies, have to just think of them before ourselves when we make decisions on whether or not we're going to be with a person or not, whether that's a toxic relationship or not. Like, we have to think beyond ourselves. Oh, he cute, he laying it down, but what kind of person is this? What kind of impact is this person going to have on our children? We have to really think about that more than what I feel like we do as a collective. So let's get back into the video.
Part. You just decide to stick and stay regardless.
That is so important, I feel like, because the divorce rate this day and age is so high. It's just like people don't really take marriage serious at all. And I strongly, with all my heart and soul, me being a divorcee, someone that's had a divorce at a young age, I appreciate the man that I married, because I strongly, wholeheartedly feel like, because what his mother and father instilled in him, and that's why he's never been married before. They instilled strong like family values and morals regarding marriage. And Brett has communicated with me like, this is forever. Like, I don't care what, no matter what, we are not getting a divorce. And I feel the same way. And that's just so important, because these days people like, something don't work out or somebody does something that the other person doesn't like, and it's like, divorce. Like, no, that's not why. You could have just stayed boyfriend and girlfriend for that, you know? So that's just vital, you guys. Basically what she's saying is, those butterflies that you had in the beginning, when you're 10 years down the line, 20 years down the line, it's not gonna be that. So falling in love is like, what is it? Falling in love like happens. I don't know the saying, but like falling in love happens. Staying in love is a choice that you decide, you make. You say, I made this commitment, right?
It takes a lot of work.
Yeah, it does. And I agree with that, because even in my marriage already.
And I will say, I've had, so I've been on YouTube for a while, and I used to do content heavily talking about like relationships and things like that. And you can check out some of my old videos and see those things. And I had someone before in the comments say, because I referenced, being in a relationship or marriage, probably talking about marriage, it being work. And they didn't like that I said that, but that let me know they weren't married, because anybody who is married and who has been married, it is work, just like marriage is a business. Two things can be true at, true at the same time. Like, it's work, it's business, but it's a relationship. There's love involved. There should be respect involved, honor involved, but it's a multitude of things. But it is work because you work at it. It requires both people putting in the energy to want to stay in the relationship to make it work, because it does not work when it's only one-sided. It doesn't work. You need the buy-in from both people to make it work, to where there's peace in the home. Like, it's a necessity. So it is work. And as Mom just said, it's work. And I will say it's work. And I told that woman in the comments, it's work. Argue with your mama, not me. Like, it's work. And anybody who has a relationship or a marriage knows that it's work. It's work. We didn't say it was bad or not. We get up and go to work every day. People don't say all the time that what their jobs is negative or I hate it. They say, I got to go to work. Like, it is what it is. CJ Lopez said, we ended too late and hold on too long to the wrong people and probably leave the better ones statistically. I agree. I can agree with that. It's like what they say, women are from Venus, men are from Mars, or men are from Venus, whatever that book is. Like, the way women and men think is just so different. I've once heard a doctor say that it's almost like we're two different species. Like, our brains work so different, but men are apt to more so, like you say, hold on longer, whereas women would be like, And I think the reason why women throw in the towel sooner is because we're heavily moved by how we're feeling our emotions. Like I said, when I was like 30, I just wasn't feeling warm and fuzzy or butterflies. So I was just ready to end it all. I always said, if I continue to move that way, like with every emotion of however I was feeling, I could easily be Elizabeth Taylor out here with married 7 times. If I'm looking to have the butterflies and that excitement all the time, like you can spend a lifetime jumping around from person to person, because it's not realistic. It's not reality. It's not reality. It's not. It's not. Veronica Fair said it takes work on both parts, all of that. You hit the nail on the head. Thank you, sis. Like, listen, I'm just out here, just somebody preaching from the standpoint of who's done it. We got so many people on the internet talking stuff that they have never experienced. I come out here and I talk about what I have experienced. So as we review these videos with Rose, I insert just personal stories from my own life as I can show you how I can relate to it, to also just humanize just this situation, to say, Rose, even though she got all her shenanigans, she still is a real person. They got emotions, and she happens to be living out her life on the internet. Like, that's the only difference between her and your neighbor who doing the absolute most, or your cousin or your sister, your mama. Like, she's just, hers is on display. Many of us probably have a Rose in our family. We got a best friend that's a Rose. Hers is just on the internet. Her life is just on the internet. And millions of people can see what she does day in and day out. So let's get back to this video. Thank you all for joining. Please like, share, and subscribe.
We're going on 5 years. So in August, we'll be 5 years together. And in February, we'll be 2 years married. So in just that amount of time, the 5 years especially, me and Brett did not like each other plenty of times. But honestly, at the end of the day, when I go to bed, I promise you, when I go to bed, I always, because God forbid, life is really, really short. God forbid, anything ever happens to my husband or me, you know, I want to end things right. So before I go to bed, I always tell my husband, I just call him, or I'll like roll over and be like, hey, I apologize if I was wrong. And that's really important to me. It really, really is. And recently, within like the past 6 months, we began to pray together every single day. And that is something that's really, really important, I feel like, as well, in holding a tight marriage. You have anything else to say?
We did go to church all the time, and my kids probably hated it, but I think it helped them and helped us install the love of God in them.
Mm-hmm.
And when they get older, they have to make that choice. And all you can do as a mom and dad is keep praying for them and hope that they meet a godly woman. And I feel like my son has met a godly woman.
Yeah. So when we first got together, I don't know, my dad is Jamaican, and I would do things like stage. So mom didn't think that I was a witch when we first got together.
Well, I questions and things.
Right. She thought I was a witch. Witches do these. I believe, like, I know facts, witches exist. But she thought I was a witch because, I do believe in, like, crystals. I have, like, crystals in my home around, and I just believe in God created all these things for us. But my heart and soul, like my father is a bishop, I believe in God like no other. Like when I put on my praise music, my praise and worship, me and my sons will literally just turn on praise music when we're cleaning up, and we will just go crazy. Like cleaning, like praise is everything for me. When I'm down and out throughout my whole pregnancy, that's all I listen to. So even now when I'm in the car and listening to praise music with Race will be like this. Like, have you seen him do that? Yeah, he'll be like this. Like, Race really does, like, I do highly believe in that. But we did have a moment where, because of rumors from other people, it just wasn't like she just like, oh, this girl's a witch. But because of rumors from other people, she thought that I was a witch.
I really never thought you were a witch. I just thought you were the stuff you shouldn't be.
No. Like what? The crystals.
Well, I don't like them, but I think my perspective is if I don't like something about somebody, I'm gonna pray and let God deal with it how He wants. And I'm not gonna.
Have you been praying? Because I have been away from the crystals like a lot more.
So it seems like Rose, Brett's mom, isn't a type of mother that meddles. She seems like she's pretty good with boundaries, because as she said, you know, whatever she saw that Rose was partaking in that she had concerns about or maybe didn't necessarily like, she just prayed about it. You know, she didn't step in and say some things to Rose to make her feel uncomfortable or anything like that. She just prayed about it. And so Brett has a praying mom. You know, he grew up in a house where it seemed like I don't know if they're Christian, but God is, for, you know, really at the top, it leads their household. And, you know, as Rose says, you know, she's spiritual, but she also believes in, you know, with the crystals and the sage. And, you know, she believes in witches, even though she's not a witch. So I feel like you can be spiritual, but still, you know, be okay as far as with having beliefs or dipping into other things as well. I don't think you have to just show your faith in one manner. And it seems like the mother-in-law respects that. It's like, even though I don't really understand it, I'm still going to kind of stay in my lane and respect the boundaries. And if it's something that's not right, I'm going to just, you know, take it to God and have God deal with it. So I do like as Rose talked about, as far as with the babies, and, you know, she says she play the music for them. They go to church, and, you know, that's something that's positive for them. So that's a plus. And I've seen on a live she's did, I think yesterday I reviewed it, and the kids talked about being at church, and they said they were getting emotional, I guess, with the word or whatever that was being said. So now as I'm watching this video, Rose has, you know, God is something, you know, God is in their household as far as like, you know, what they talk about. And Rose, to me, as I see Rose is very protected. Rose talks about, you know, when she was vulnerable with her father-in-law, and she talked about what her childhood was like and what things was like. And look at her today. The Lord has definitely watched over Rose. He's watched over her. She's worked hard to get to where she is. She's be with the shit. She got a lot of shenanigans, but she's very protected. Like, this is a protected woman. And she talks about prayer. So maybe what we see that shows up with Rose and her being able to win in certain aspects is because she is a praying woman, and she is protected by God. She is a work in progress, like many of us, but she does have God at the forefront, and she relies on that. And I like the part when she talked about her and her husband praying together, because as they say, a couple who prays together stays together. So it's good that she can pray with her husband. I can pray with my husband. Like, it makes a difference, like, because life can life and have you in a situation to where you don't know if you're going or coming, and you're just going through it, and there's nobody you really, you know, in the human form or in the physical form that you feel you can turn to for support. So all you have is just your spirituality, or you have God, because no man can really just kind of show up for you and be that savior. Remember, that's kind of going within when I say that, because if you got work that needs to be done within, your neighbor next door can't do nothing about that. Like, you have to take it to your higher power. And Rose, it seems like she's created a habit of just taking, when she's going through something, to a higher power, because what they say, the battle is not yours, it's the Lord's. So Rose is very much aware of that. She's in tune with that, and she understands that she does not have to take on the battle. She can pass it off. And when she does that, she's not stuck dealing with having to fight it. And therefore, she's able to focus on winning and having successes. This is a hardworking woman. She is a work in progress. She got a lot of issues, but I'm seeing this woman as definitely a protected woman in the spirit. So we'll carry on with this live.
Yeah, I
really think we're connected, don't you?
I really do.
But sometimes she'll think of something, I've been thinking of it, or
Like the
calling her, and like I said, I want to get the kids a basketball hoop, and she goes, I can't believe you said that. I was just talking to Brett about that. So I think we have a connection, a sister soul connection.
A soul sister. We're soul sisters. No, but really, Mom, yeah, it's crazy, because one day she said, like, I was like, yeah, I am not moving to Iowa. I don't care. And then she's like, oh, I'm going to pray, honey. And when I pray, I always get what I want. The next thing I know, I woke up in Iowa.
She didn't stay.
I never told you that, but one day I woke up and then I randomly thought your little voice in my head said I pray and I always get what I want. I'm like, well, I'll be down. Yeah, but okay. What is your reaction when you encounter prejudice or in the presence of someone displaying undercurrent noise?
Well, I don't like it. Prejudice isn't just race oriented. Prejudice could be prejudice just because somebody's different.
Yeah.
And I don't like it. I actually am a person that defends people that are being people come against.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't like it.
So,
At all.
Brett's family overall, excuse me, but they're very what's the word, Mom? They're very unconfrontational people. So if someone's saying something racist, I feel like they're not just going to instantly jump up or, you don't say that, but like if it's like directly to them and someone's like, hey, those N-words, I do feel like that there are people that's going to like, hey, especially Mom, Brett too, especially now that he has us, I feel like, but he definitely gets way more upset with it now. But I feel like if someone, you know what I'm saying? Like if someone's saying like those N-words, then you would be like, yeah, no, absolutely not. You would defend it, yeah.
I have a couple people in my family that have had bad experiences with other kinds of people, so they say things and I don't allow it, and I'm very protective of her and my grandkids, so I wouldn't let those people around my family.
So Mom had a situation where someone did say about race or, like, how do you feel about that baby? And she's like, don't ever ask me how I feel about my grandson in that way. I love my grandson to her own family member. So, right?
Yeah.
So I see where Brett gets it from. He seems like he's a quiet, kind of low-key guy, but he can come out the box when he need to. And that's what I'm picking up with the mom, because Brett, as we see on their family channel, Queen of Kings, he's always, he just goes along, he's there for the ride. But when she was cussing him out a couple of days ago, he was giving her back like that energy that she was giving him. And I'd never like heard, anything like that from him. So he seems like the type to where he's typically kind of just low key, laid back, just like, his mom or his parents. But when his buttons are pressed that much, he can turn it up and, and defend himself. And we did see that play out. If you haven't watched my live from yesterday, go check it out. But Rose and Brett got into it on camera, and, he was kind of poking his chest out. He was like, speaking up, and we're not used to kind of seeing that type of energy from him on their channel, or we actually never even seen her take on that type of energy towards him on the channel. But we've seen like these different sides of Rose, but we've never really seen her give off negative energy towards her husband. So we saw that play out yesterday in a video that I reacted to. So listening to the mom, and as she talked about, when someone referred to her grandbaby as an N-word, she like, listen, baby, I'm baking pies and cakes, making chicken and dumplings on Sundays, but don't come from my family, because I can take these shoes off and these glasses off and get with you. So she got that kind of energy. She can, be about it when she needs to. So there's nothing wrong with that. I like to call it the silent riot. I kind of have a demeanor like that as well. So that is good that she understands boundaries. She knows that she can't control people being racist or whatever, but what you're not going to do is you're not going to disrespect me. I can't control what you're saying over there about, whoever's, but what I can do is stand up and let you know what you're not going to disrespect mine. And I commend that. And I think that's very, that shows that the level of respect that she has for Rose, her as a Black woman, the respect she has for her son. and him and his family, it just really speaks to the character of his family. So it looks like Brett came from a pretty good family. So let's get back to this Q&A with Rose and her mama-in-law.
I would, that was not important enough for me to consider having around it.
I feel like mom, well, I don't feel like, I know for a fact, mom loves my children. She does. I know for a fact. Like the other day, it's so funny, me and witnessing just her walking. It's small stuff, like her walking across the street. Now, she's a grandma, so she'll discipline them and she'll yell at them like, hey, you don't do that. But just the same way that she would do with Race. And I feel like the same way that Brett has told me she did with him growing up, but a little bit more patient because she's a little bit older and she's grown. But Bella is outside yelling at a football, so y'all gotta excuse that noise. But I was in a car and she was walking with the kids because she went in with only Roz and Raiden into the store. Somebody acted like they were gonna like just keep on driving and like hit Roz and Raiden and not let them cross. She sat there, she went like this, hey! And she sat there like this, like she was what is it called when you can't die? Invincible. Yeah, and she went like this. And she let Roz and Raiden walk by, and then she went like this to the car. And she walked, and I was like, that's my dog, like that's my girl. So she really, really, truly does love my kids and defend them. Like she loves my kids. I can honestly say that. I believe that. Okay, and the last question that I'm gonna do, because I want to overwhelm you, is what was your proudest moments of Brett?
There was lots of proud. I think one that made me very proud is he was elected for his school yearbook. He drew a picture of a hand, receiving a hand diploma, and it was just so realistic, and he got honored by that. I think that was one of my proudest moments. Him having a child, him taking care of other children, I'm proud of him.
I figured that, okay, so I didn't know about that moment. I didn't see the drawing, but I didn't know about that moment. But I did think that in my mind, I thought she would say that one of her proudest moments was Race, him having Race, because when I met him, he literally wanted nothing to do with him and the family. Like,
I never thought I have
he wanted nothing, and I kind of feel like, and it's not a bad thing because he's older than his brother, but I kind of feel like he paved the way. He started, as an older brother should, he started his younger brother into wanting to build a family. I know that his younger brother's wife always wanted a family, but I don't know if his younger brother felt ready. But like once his younger brother met Race and he saw such a good uncle, like I couldn't ask for a better uncle. Like I love. He doesn't like any type of like public, what is it called? Public. He doesn't like public. He don't like to be publicized. Okay, I don't know what it's called, but he told me like, whenever I try to take videos, and he's like, don't put this on Facebook, and he'll send me pictures and stuff. He'll be like, don't put it on Facebook or anything. But he's an amazing uncle. Like even like me and Brett said, because we just bought this house, we're not buying our kids anything. Him and his wife just had a baby, just renovated their house, and they purchased stuff for Christmas for my kids. So like he's amazing. But I do feel like Brett paved the way, because when Brett had like an attitude like, I don't want kids, blah, 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 none of his other brothers was having kids. His older brother has that child, and he's a great dad. And then when Brett, brought Race into the family, and he's like, I have a kid. And now his brother has a beautiful, my little nephew, and they're going to be having more pretty soon. So I feel like he paved, I feel like he paved the way for that,
My oldest son, he married a woman that had 2 children.
So what's interesting as Rose talk about how Brett felt about having a family and having kids. So when she was cussing him out the other day on video, in her rant, she said that he had lied to her when they got together about not having kids because he actually has a daughter. And I'm not quite sure. I can't remember how old his daughter is, but she's, older than their oldest child. I think she's maybe 7. I don't know. She's not super little, but she's young. And so I've heard her tell 2 versions of the story on how the situation pertaining to his daughter. So maybe like a month ago, her and Brett were just doing a live together and just relaxing and just talking to, their subscribers. And they talked about the situation with Brett, and I've probably heard her speak on it a couple of times. The situation with Brett and his daughter. And the story was that he got a woman pregnant during a one-night stand, and the woman was an Indian woman, and she lives on the what do they call it? Was it a reservation where the Indians live? And he didn't know that he gotten the woman pregnant. So the lady kind of circled back around like down the line and it's like, hey, by the way, we made a child together. So I'm not quite sure at what age that was when he learned about this child, but it was like after the child was already living. So as we listen, but when Rose was cussing him out a couple of days ago in her rant, she was saying he lied. He had a child. He knew he had a child when we got together and he didn't tell me or whatever. And I want to say that she learned of the truth or whatever with him being aware and all that. I think she said she had learned that from his parents. I believe she said that's how she learned, I guess, the timeline as to like him knowing. Oh, yeah, that's true, because she said his parents says they were in a whole relationship. So when she was going off and telling all the business, she was like, his parents said that they were in an entire relationship. It wasn't a one night stand. So during this Q&A, as she's talking to the mom and, they're talking about, yeah, Brett, become, not really wanting a family, is having me think like, okay, at what point in their relationship did Brett come to learn if the truth was he didn't know this woman was pregnant? Like, at what point did he come to learn about the baby? Or remember, her recent version of the story is he knew about the baby. He lied to me. He just lied and said he didn't know. So I just want to kind of point that out as they're kind of doing this Q&A, because the mother is going along with the idea of, at the time of him getting with Rose, he didn't have any children. So I'm like, when did this baby come into play? Did the mom know about this baby? And, she's going along with this Q&A with Rose, talking as though he didn't have any kids when they got together. Like, what's the deal? So I don't know. I'm side-eyeing this part of the Q&A. CJ Lopez said, I hope this lady didn't hear of how she spoke on the internet yesterday. My thoughts exactly. But I mean, the impression I get from this woman is that even if she did hear what happened on the internet, I can see her still supporting them working things out, because this woman is like, her values are all just stem from like Christian like beliefs, it sounds like. And she, as she talked with, earlier during this Q&A, she said, she don't see any reason for, ever getting a divorce. You work things out. You're not always going to like this person. I see her as being someone to kind of say, hey, this is one of those moments that I talked about when you're in a relationship, you're in a marriage where you're not going to always like each other. They both were saying nasty things to each other. Rose did get it going. Like, she did start it. Brett just kind of raised, poked his chest out and tried to match it with the energy. But Rose was definitely the primary aggressor in the situation. But this woman, she don't come off to me as a meddling type mother-in-law. So I don't really see her getting too caught up in it. I see her more so being like, you guys need to work it out, fix it. She just comes off to me as like being that type. Let's see. Comment. CJ Lopez said, hasn't Brett already got a daughter? He does. CJ Lopez said, the mom said when he had child, not anybody name though. Okay. CJ says, yes, definitely she would pray and speak to them, it seems. Yeah. So, I mean, it is nothing wrong with that. I mean, and it makes a difference because when I talk about when I was, trying to make my exit, trying to plan my great escape when I was 7 years into my marriage, my mother-in-law was more so like, this woman, like she's very kind of churchy, her father was a pastor, her brothers are pastors. So their family is very kind of Christian, like, so like when my husband and I were going through changes, that was like more of her stance. She really wasn't one to meddle. It was more of like, okay, you guys can work it out, whatever. So that is something I do love about my mother-in-law. She's not a meddling mother-in-law. She actually lives with us kind of part-time. And I wouldn't have her living with me if she was that type of mother-in-law. So you have to protect your space. You have to protect your space. And, so it is good when you do have a mother-in-law that knows how to respect boundaries. It is a beautiful thing. And I definitely have a mother-in-law who knows how to respect boundaries. I've never had to have that conversation with her about, the respect of boundaries. She understands. And I think she understands because she was a woman who was married for, I think her and my father-in-law were probably married for 35, 40 years before he passed away, maybe about 5 years ago. So she understands what happens in a marriage. And that is important because a lot of times people who understand, they're going to give you the better advice versus someone who never experienced it. But usually the ones who ain't never experienced it are the ones who are the most quick to try to give you all this feedback, and it's just like, where do you get that idea from, And like in my soul, I feel like I'm telling you the right thing. And they just strong, what they say, wrong and strong, like they just so off base. But they just feeling like, well, this is what my mama said, what happens. But that's why you have to be careful with who you listen to, and you have to pay attention to the results of the people who are trying to give you feedback. Like you can't ignore that. You cannot ignore that. So let's go ahead and get back in this Q&A. It looks like we probably maybe got like a minute left on it.
And one she has, and she's my beautiful granddaughter also.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that too. So I'm not mom's first daughter-in-law that came into the picture with 2 kids. So the oldest brother has a wife that has had 2 kids coming into their relationship, and obviously the older brother, well not obviously, but the older brother's wife happens to be white, but she has 2 kids, and mom loves them and always treated.
Well, I didn't get to know Brian very much.
Yeah.
He lives with his other grandma.
Yeah.
But Lorelai, I love a lot.
Yeah.
Just like she is my own.
Yeah. So that's that. Yeah. I don't know. I'm happy with the family that God brought into my life or brought me to. And there's that, you guys. I hope this lets you guys know that not every, what is your generation called? Mine is called
Baby boomer.
Okay, so not every baby boomer woman is racist. I really hope you guys know that. Like, I constantly, every day in the comments see that she cannot wait to go home. I know that she is just putting up with you. She doesn't really like you. And I just put LOL because like you guys have no clue. But I really hope that this debunks some of the rumors and thoughts that you guys have in your head. Pre-assumptions. Okay, you're all done? I'm done. All right, so I hope you guys enjoyed this video. We're right on time and we just woke up to ruin us, so
I think that was a great Q&A. We got to really see the personality of Brett's mom, to get an idea of like where he comes from. Even though we didn't, we haven't really seen the dad's energy like that, on this level, but the mom, kids spend, a bulk of the time with the mom. She's doing the nurturing and things like that. So I think just going off of her energy, it can give us a good idea as to what kind of person Brett is, as far as with his character and his values and things that he was raised in. And it seems like he was raised in a good household. He was raised to, she said he's a middle child. So a lot of times middle child, you know, I have 3 children. So my middle child is going to, you know, is more of the quieter one, the, you know, the more reserved one, less boisterous one. I always say he's the one that don't go around judging my parenting, you know, like the oldest one and the youngest one. You know, my middle one, he's just chill. And it seems like Brett is a guy that's just chill as well. But he has to balance that, because it seems like, you know, because Rose got a lot going on just from her own personal stuff that she's brought into the relationship. He has to be cognizant of that and not feed into a lot of the things and a lot of the shenanigans. And so that's where he has to be assertive to step up and be like, okay, I understand you were going through that, but we got to try to do this, that, you know, that he has to do that. And it just doesn't seem like he really probably do that as much as he probably could or should, because I think if he did that, they wouldn't be living in Hawaii right now, cussing each other out on the internet. They wouldn't. So next, I want to get into the video where Rose is, you know, has this exchange with her mother. Now, the exchange between her and her mother, there is a longer, Rose, what happened, it seemed like lately when she's been having these just episodes online, she's been deleting her videos. So when I'll research things, I'll come across maybe other people who maybe screen share, screen record and capture, you know, the interaction. So therefore they had it. So I only can just watch whatever it is that they were able to capture, because like she deleted it. So I'm going to show a video that someone captured. It's just really an exchange between Rose and her mom and them just going at it. So let me, I'm going to share my screen again so we can get into that video of Rose and her mama just straight snapping. Okay. So.
You can't sit up here and yes, you did. You can't bash me. When you and Steve got in an argument, you set the gun on the table. That's why you have a bad relationship. Everybody used to go to Vegas and visit you. Everybody used to kick it with you, Rose. Everybody did. Until you started acting up and tripping on people. That's when people start backing up. No one has no problems or issues with you. Everyone loves you. When you're fun, you're fun. But when you're not, you can be a real 100%
honest. I'm not gonna bring Brett into this because I don't want him to, like, you know, I don't want you having feelings towards him, but
I don't really care.
Charm.
I know that I've been around Brett. I've been around the kids for months and months and months and months. Days and days I used to come drive back and forth. You've been at my house. Your kids been in my house. All this stuff, this whole scenario you're making up is really not true.
That's why
you're lying.
Russia is.
So that's the interaction that Rose had with her mom. I had come across a video that someone had did a review with Rose and her mom interacting from that same particular live. And it was like longer, but I somehow couldn't relocate that again. But I came across that short clip that I showed you with Rose going back and forth with her mom. And it seems like Rose's depiction of what her childhood and her experiences have been like with her family is different than what her mom's interpretation of what the experience was like, you know, in the home. So what I want to point out to you is that someone's experience is their experience. Like, you can't argue with somebody about what they say their experience with you was. Like, your experience is your experience. That's being dismissive. And I've seen that happen. I've experienced that happening. And it's not fair, because I can't tell someone if they say their experience with me didn't make them feel good and was negative. I can't argue with them about how they say they felt about their encounter with me. All I can do is just respect, like, okay, well, it wasn't my intent for, you know, to come off to you that way. I apologize. Like, I have to accept that was how I came off to them. I can't argue with them about how they felt about me. And the same goes to if I have an experience with someone, and just because it doesn't make them feel warm and fuzzy that I said I didn't have a good experience with them, you can't say, oh, well, my experience was invalid, or no, that's not true. You have to just accept the fact that, okay, well, I'm sorry, that wasn't my intent. I didn't mean to come off that way. I didn't want you to feel that way. I apologize. I'll try to do better. Like, that's what you do in that moment. And it seems like with Rose and her mom, the mom, and I focus more on the mom because it seemed like the mom is invalidating the experience that Rose is saying she had with her. Rose is like, you didn't even have none of your 6 kids. You didn't have us. We didn't have good relationships with you, this, that, and the third. And the mom was like, that's not true. Speak for yourself. Just talk about our relationship, but I have a relationship with my other kids. So it's like, okay, which is it? Was Rose's mom really a good mom or was she not? Because Rose's mom says, oh yeah, I was a great mom. But Rose was like, no, you wasn't. And I think that when it comes to the judgment of the quality of our parent, really, to me, the greater weight comes from the person on the other end who had to experience this. So me being a mother and I have 3 children, my children telling me how they feel about my parenting, and someone hearing that, to me, I feel like that's going to take probably a greater weight than me saying, no, I was the best mom ever. But then if the kids were like, well, this was my experience with her, she did this, that, and the third, somebody might be like, oh, okay, wow. Because what are you going to say, the kid lying? Like, who wants to be known as a bad parent? No, it's not good to feel like you're being criticized or someone's pointing out all of your shortcomings. But I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. And so Rose, that's where it seemed like a conflict comes from, where Rose tells her mom, hey, you didn't always do the best by me. And the mom's like, I don't want to hear that. Like, it's like she's in denial. And how many of us know people like that or have experienced family members or had relationships where you try to tell this person, hey, this is my experience with you, and they want to argue you up and down about your experience with them. Like, how are you going to tell me? How are you going to tell me that I don't feel bad when you speak to me? Like, how do you tell me that? It doesn't work that way. That's being dismissive. Don't gaslight me. Don't enter other just like, what gets me is I may explain to someone, hey, this is how I feel when I interact with you. And then they take it and be like, well, I experienced the same thing when I was talking to my mom. Like, okay, we're not talking about you and what you dealt with. We're talking about, our interaction. And that's, to me, it's kind of like someone just kind of trying to dismiss your emotions because they're like, well, like, suck it up, buttercup, because I dealt with it too. And I had to experience it too. And it's just like, okay, I get that, but let's not dismiss what I'm saying, what I'm getting from you right now. And I think that's what's happening with Rose and her mom. Her mom don't want to deal with the impact that she had, the negative impact that she had on Rose. And Rose is like, listen, we got to deal with it. And then she told Rose, like, oh, none of your siblings want to deal with you because you pulled a gun out and whatever. And Rose like, what are you talking about? My siblings don't want to deal with you. So, they both got just 2 interpretations of a situation. It's just like, who's telling the truth? Is Rose's mom gaslighting her, because she don't want to look a certain way on the internet? Or is Rose being dishonest by doing the absolute most and her family think that she's this? Because the mom has said, Rose, you were a bad child. You was rebellious. You would run away. That's why you got flip-flopped between my house and your father's house. So in the video, a longer form video of what we just saw in that exchange, Rose's mom was like, well, Rose, you say you went back and forth between my house and your father's house. Yes, that is correct. I was living in California. Your father was living in, I think it was Ohio. And she said, I wanted to move to Ohio to be there to co-parent easier, with your father. But he just went, he did not want that. He just gave me a hard time about that. So I just stayed in California. And so Rose is like, okay, well, I just felt like I just got jumped around a lot to where I didn't sit one place long enough to really bond with, anyone, because I moved around so much. Whereas all my other siblings either stayed with you, mom, or stayed with dad. I was the only one who hopped around. So just imagine what she may have felt like with being, moved around a lot between 2 states. How do you try to bond and get to know someone if you're constantly being bounced around? So that is what Rose is trying to tell her mom. Her mom's like, well, I mean, Rose, you were a bad child. You was just doing the absolute most. So this is the best we was able to do. You was running away. You was just doing a lot. Like you was doing a lot. And I'm not going to say mom is lying about Rose doing a lot, but we can't ignore or skirt over why Rose may have been doing a lot. And I think that's the part that the mom don't want to get into. She don't want to get into the why, because when we start to have to get into the why, that's when ownership and accountability comes into place. And a lot of times, because it doesn't make us feel warm and fuzzy, we want to dismiss that part. It's like, nah, I don't want to talk about that part. I just want to talk about the end result and what had happened. I don't want to talk about how we got here. We can't skirt over that part. And I'm a root cause type person. If y'all haven't figured that out yet, I'm all about like what happened when you were 2, because I feel like everything is rooted back to childhood. And it shapes us as we grow and we enter into our teenage years, young adulthood. Like all of that matters, because more often than not, somebody who's going through some stuff as an adult, when they talk about their story and when it all started, it's rare that I'm not hearing somebody going back to their childhood. Like even something such as like obesity, food addiction. More often than not, they're going to go back to their childhood. Well, I remember when I was 5 and I couldn't get down from the table because I had to clean my plate. Like they're going back to something when they were a child. So that's why anytime I'm hearing someone's story, I'm interested in knowing what was that your childhood like? Because that's what I've come to see. That's a common theme, that the trauma, it goes back to childhood. But just because us parents, we don't want to feel bad about how we made our children feel bad, it doesn't negate that it happened. We got to just sit in it and deal with it. You just have to. And it looks like Rose's mom don't want to do that. So Rose just be like, fine, forget it. And she just stays away. Which I'm not mad at her for that, because it's like, if you don't want to acknowledge your wrongdoings when it has come to me, then there's nothing I can't do nothing with this. We don't have a relationship. What do we have? What do we have? So that was that little short video. There's one more video, y'all. So I asked him on the title of this video, where is Brett? Where is Brett? So I was just looking through that channel and I came across a video. And I said, I know there's not these 2 fools sitting up here acting like it's all good in the hood, and they didn't just cut the food 24, 48 hours ago on Beyonce's internet. I know I'm not seeing what I'm seeing. So let me bring that video up, y'all, because these fools, when they say, you ever hear when they say a match made in heaven, they are definitely a match made in heaven. Y'all, they're probably going to be together forever. They let us say what they say, the Lord protects babies and fools. Babies and fools, and I put them in that category, and the babies are in the babies category, but Brett and Rose are definitely in that fools category. And as I said earlier in this live, they are protected. I believe that Rose is protected. Oh, Rose is protected. She fall under that category of the fools, and the Lord protects the babies and the fools. So CJ said, oh yes it is. So let me just bring up that video with the most current video, that the last live that I seen they had up on their channel. Let me see if I got it up. Saved. Cancel. Okay, don't look like I had that one already saved up. So let me pull it up. But y'all, they live right now. I'm going to go on over to their live because I just went to their channel and they're legit live right now. So we're going to switch gears and check out the live and see what they're talking about.
I think it's Falcons Rock said, Rose, enjoy your life in the island of Hawaii. It's beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ricky Richards said, I'm so happy you're able to get over the emotional time you were going through. I'm happy to see you and Brett were able to work things out. And so I see you, Brenda Robinson said, the ones that are being nosy are living paycheck to paycheck. Unfortunately, I hope nobody's living paycheck to paycheck these days. I hope that you guys are smart enough to know at this point as adults you have to have multiple streams of income. I really hope that you're smart enough to know that. I really hope that you're not being complacent in your 9 to 5, even if that 9 to 5 is bringing you tremendous amount of money. I hope that you're taking that tremendous amount of money and investing it in something else that brings you residual income, you know? So, yeah. So as far as the really emotional time that I had, let me check on Race. Hold on. Guys, make sure to keep an eye on him, okay? The really Kel said that you're smart enough to know all this. Crying on the internet is childish. So, if you personally don't feel comfortable crying on the internet, I think that you should not cry on the internet. But I think that you should allow people that are comfortable to cry on the internet to cry on the internet. I'm a person that prides myself in being vulnerable and being authentic. So whatever I'm feeling, emotion that I'm feeling at the time, you're going to see it and you're going to feel it. I'm not a person that's going to ever pretend everything is perfect and only get on here at my best. I truly show you guys all sides of me, and that's just who I am, and that's how I enjoy being. So I also don't want to. My life is very, 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 very good. I'm not going to lie, but even as good as my life is, it has ups and downs. So I don't want to sell to y'all like, oh, that it's only good. You know, like I want you guys to know that with everybody, there's ups and downs with anybody. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I will. As immature as you think it is, you can choose not to watch. But I'm gonna cry on the internet when I feel like I need to cry on the internet. Shawnee said you embarrass yourself and your children. It's so interesting for you to tell me that I'm embarrassed. I'm literally showing my face. I showed my face the day after. I'm clearly not embarrassed. I'm clearly not embarrassed. Okay, but anyways, to be honest and authentic with you guys, I feel like my mother, she definitely struck some like emotions out of me for sure that I may have taken out on my husband for sure. Like, and so that's why I think it's very important, like, that you come to a place in life where like you understand. I really hate the term you're dead to me. You know how people be like, oh, she's dead to me. I don't like that. I feel like it's so cruel and so harsh, and like I don't take death lightly. Like I don't think it's okay, but it comes to a point where you literally have to, in your mind, close the casket and bury a person. It doesn't matter who they are. In your mind, like you hope and wish the best for them, but in your mind, you really do have to close that casket and bury them. Like just completely get them out of your mind, because if someone could affect my life that much, like I didn't want to. I was like, I'm done with everything. I can't believe this. And that's the way that she has control over my mind and over my emotions and everything. So yeah, 100% my husband did not deserve like the way that I was talking to him, some of the harsh words that I said to him, but that's why I need to protect my peace. It's important that we protect our peace and know when it's time to cut people off. It does not matter if it's your mama, your daddy, your grandma, your auntie, your uncle. You gotta know when to do that. That was so sad. I felt bad for Brett. Yeah. She don't control your mind and emotions, but you do, unless you give that power to her. And that's the thing. I've been giving that power to her for far, far too long. Hold on, really quick, y'all. Race, you okay? Okay. I'm right here. I see you. I'm through the tree. You see me? you see me? I'm right here, Ray. I'm right here. I see you, baby. Good job. Thank you, Ferner. Telephone said, yes, Alex, she's breastfeeding. It's called motherhood. If Brett did half the stuff you accused him of, I don't feel sorry for him. Y'all trying to bring someone down when she just expressed how happy she was. Let her figure it out. Rose, I'm so proud of you that you took the initiative to make things right. Thank you so much, Miss B. Kiana said, Rose, what network marketing company are you with? I'm not with a particular network marketing company. I work for multiple network marketing companies. So one that I'm currently with is AG1. Another one that I'm currently with is Costway. Another one that I'm currently with is Temu. So those are the ones that I'm with at this moment in time. Thank you, Tiffany Towers. Amy, girl, you don't have to explain your life to nobody, but my mom and some of my family members ain't in my life, Amy said. Yeah, that's how it be. That's why I never, ever took the seriously, like, blood is thicker than water. Okay, blood is thicker. What does that mean? Cool, thicker than water, but you literally need water to make blood. Water is half of blood. You know what I'm saying? So what? Blood is thicker than water. Like, most of the time, the people that support you the most in life are no kin to you. Literal strangers that you met on the street. They are usually the ones to support you way harder than any of your family members will support you. So my mom, my mother-in-law, my husband's mother, oh my goodness, she's way deeper of a support system to me and my family than my mother or anyone in my family. Sorry, I'm trying to watch my kids at the same time. But my mother-in-law is no blood to me, and she's way more. And we've gotten in arguments, we've gotten into it, and she doesn't like, oh, you got in an argument, I'm done with you. Like, she's like, she's just an amazing support system. Amazing. Dana, she has been here since live started. SMFH. It's annoying. Tamara, I see you, Queen. You talking about somebody hating in the comments. Don't worry, they're not phasing me. They're only contributing to my goal here. That's how it's sad and twisted, like how deeply someone will hate on you, not even realizing, like, they'll hate you so much that they help you on an accident. It's crazy. Chess, not checkers. You guys, the comments are going so fast. I don't even know how to fix it. I don't even know how to read them all. Mindy, thank you so much, Queen. Thank you. You guys, Mindy has been a member for 13 months, over a year. Thank you so much, Mindy. Mindy, I'm trying to pin your comment. I don't know why it won't allow me to pin it. Oh, it won't allow me to pin it. But Mindy has been a member for 13 months, it says on her sticker. And I just think that's absolutely amazing. I appreciate you so much. Girl, you've seen a lot of my life because, like I said, I'm an oversharer. So you've seen me when I first got pregnant with this little guy and wanted an abortion because I was so sick. I cannot even imagine if I would have went through with that. This baby is like the whole world to me. I wanted an abortion. You guys, me and my emotional roller coaster, it hasn't just started. You guys must be new here. But when I first got pregnant with him, they was mad at me because I wanted an abortion deeply because I was so freaking sick. I couldn't eat. I couldn't do anything. Then I didn't get the abortion. Then I was crying. You think this the first time I didn't cry, baby? The Rose cries. The Rose is a whole woman with a uterus, breast, a vagina, emotions. She's a whole woman, and she's not ashamed of it. We're emotional beings. So yes, the Rose, she very much cries. I was pregnant crying big tears over the way that the comments was going through my pregnancy. Yeah, y'all must be new here. You must be new. Because the Rose, she's not afraid to cry. I don't try to be like, I'm literally a woman. I'm literally living life. A thing that nobody has like a manual to. We got to figure this out. Especially when you never had a mother figure to raise you and you're trying to figure out motherhood on your own. Oh, baby, it's going to be some days where you break down. And it's okay. Don't be ashamed of it. Don't ever be ashamed of it. I'm trying to figure this motherhood thing out by myself. I never had a great example of a marriage at all. At all. Like my mom said on that live, my daddy was beating my mom's ASS. You know, my mom was choosing men over me. I never had an example of what love looks like, and that's why I'm trying so hard to give that example to my children. I never had an example of love. I never had an example of marriage, and I absolutely never had an example of a mother. My mother even, maybe TMI, but you know I'm the queen of TMI. But even like starting my menstrual cycle when I was 16, I never had anyone to say, this is a pad, this is what you do with it. This is a tampon, this is what you do with it. You're gonna start bleeding, don't be afraid. Baby, I stuck some tissue up there because I didn't know what to do. For the longest, I literally used tissue. I didn't, you know? So all of that to say, it's okay. You don't have to be ashamed. You don't have to be embarrassed. I'm not embarrassed for anything that I do at all. I am not embarrassed. It's life. We have ups and we have downs. Yes, my father is such a great father. Somebody just said your father was a great father. My father is a great father. Now, what he did in his life, from my understanding, he's Jamaican, and Jamaicans are a little bit crazy. So, they're a little bit crazy. So, like, my grandpa, which is my daddy's daddy. Can you guys hear me? Because Brett just called. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Okay, you can hear me. She said, why was Brett not with Race for a year? So if you guys followed us on Instagram, you know that he was very much with Race for a year. So, you know, when you argue, you just get to say anything. That's kind of what it was. I'm not going to lie. Plus, I was drinking. After I got off the phone with my mother and she broke my whole heart, I drank the rest of that whole Prosecco. So your girl was a little bit tipsy. So, I don't know. I don't even remember everything I said. But the haters, they recorded it. They recorded it so fast. So, I don't know. You could go back to their channels to see what I said. But he was with Race. If you guys have been following us for a while, following us on Facebook, following us on Instagram, you see he was right there since Race was born. You've seen him come out with my cooter dude. He's on the birth certificate. He was 100% there. But anyways, where was I? But first I want to ask that question, which is a valid question. If I said it, I get it. But I forgot where I was, y'all. I think I was just saying, like, people have ups and downs. Like, it's okay. And it's not anything to be embarrassed about. Like, someone's like, oh, you embarrassed yourself. No, I'm really not embarrassed, I promise. Hold on. Oh, okay, there's my baby. Oh, my dad. Thank you. Y'all, so I love y'all. What was I going to say? Oh, so my dad, sure, like he had anger issues for sure. He's a total different man now. Like my mom couldn't even lie when she said that part. Like he's a total different man. Like he's married. He's been married to his wife now for 12 years. But my dad has 16 kids. And some of us are the same age and we're not. Some of us are the same age and we're not twins, if you know what I mean. So he was like double dipping, multiple baby mamas at once, 16 kids. But you know what about it? He took care of every single one of his children. Everyone. Nobody can say that he did. Like nobody can say he didn't. He took care of every one of his children, like far above. Like not just took care of, like did the most for every single one of his children. So sure, while he may have beat his women or whatever, that's not really my business because like he may have not been the best with women, but he was great with his children for sure. So yeah, as far as him as a husband, I don't know because he's not my husband. But as far as him as a daddy, he was a great daddy to me, an amazing daddy. Do you talk with all of them? Oh, do I talk with my siblings? Yeah, but they're doing like so much. They're like all over the country and like doing so much different stuff. But honestly, most of them live in Ohio with my daddy, like where my daddy's from. And I was taken away and like moved to California. So like they all have a great relationship. I kind of like we have a good relationship, but I'm just like not as close as I would be obviously if I lived in the same state as them. So Jim said, so did you put a gun to your mom on the table and your siblings? That's insane. I am 29 years old. I believe the age that you're able to get a gun is when you're 20, 21. I couldn't believe she said that. Like she was just saying anything. And it broke my heart that she really got on here just to get clout. She got on here because she's trying to become a YouTuber. I looked at her page and she's making videos all of a sudden. And also she is trying to sell her book that she just, and it was just, I should have known, like Brett said, like you never should have, you should have put her on there. But no, I mean, I don't really have to explain to you guys. You can believe them. I'm just going to be real about it. I don't have to explain to you. You can believe what you want. But no, absolutely. She didn't say I put a gun to her. She said, Snoop even told me that you put a gun to him. Snoop is my brother. Baby, Snoop and I are like this. I got off the phone. I said, Snoop, you told mom I put a gun to you? He said, man, bro, what the fuck? No, I ain't say no shit like that. Like, what are you talking about? Snoop was so confused, so utterly confused. So that's just plain stupidity. Like, no, I've never put a gun. I've never put a gun to my brother. She didn't say to her. She said, Snoop even told me you put a gun to your brother. No, I mean to him. No, I didn't. That's silly. And she that's to show like how much she don't even know Snoop. Snoop is her son, but she does not know Snoop. Because Snoop is a real I'm not gonna hold you. Snoop is that's one person you don't put a gun to. It's I can't talk too much, but all I'm gonna say is you don't put a gun to Snoop. Like get real. You could have said anybody else. That's why I was like, you're not even gonna say Mario to make this believable. You at least say Mario, then it would be believable. But you said Snoop, girl. I keep licking my lips. I'm trying to find my lip gloss. I can't find my lip gloss, guys. Oh, you guys got out because you're hungry?
No.
How is the pool? Is it cold or like what's the temperature?
I don't sit out because my feels good.
It's warm or like, is it too warm?
No.
No.
It's quite cold, but quite warm. The hot tub is too warm.
Yes, girl, I can't believe River. She says the baby crawling and pulling himself up. Thank you, Amy. Is the baby crawling and pulling himself up? The baby is crawling. He's just like such a smart little guy. He's already standing up. He just turned 7 months yesterday. So like now it officially feels like we live here. Like we start our the kids have their, never mind, I don't need to tell you all about my kids. But yeah, it just feel like we're living here. Amy Robinson said, I just bought the thingamajigger. I don't know how it works, but it just came and I just joined, whatever it is. Thank you so much, Amy. Thank you, Queen. How is he with the bottle? I'm super excited because he just started, he finally started like the last couple days drinking from a bottle. Like he would not do it at all whatsoever, and finally he's doing it. My kids just disappeared. Rosa Raiden, come over here. Go to stay and be hydrated at all times, Rosie said. How's the weather? The weather is like always around 80 degrees. Yes, it's around 80 degrees every single day. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm in Phoenix and it's a hot girl summer. Girl, that's where my house is in Phoenix, and I know I have to keep track of that type of stuff. Yeah, people are so ignorant. It's so crazy. But
Mom,
what, baby? Thank you, Queen Reba. Rose is always mothering, literally, always. But what?
That is so big.
That plant is so big.
Yeah.
It
Like
is.
this.
Yeah, it is. Don't rip it apart though. Let's like not touch the plants, okay?
Let me call you a little bit later because
You need flowers.
Yeah, I have to keep up with the weather in Arizona because my house is there, and like the analytics, like it sells differently per day according to how like the weather is, the temperature. So yeah, it's definitely been affecting our bookings. Like we had to bring the booking price down slightly in July and August, just because it's so hot in Arizona. That's why we're really gonna have to invest in a pool at the house very, very soon. We're just trying to figure out if we want to buy our second investment property or the pool first. But realistically, it's probably gonna be the second investment property just because it's gonna bring in more money and then the pool. What's wrong with making older kids watch their siblings? Amy said. Amy, these people, I don't know if you're new to the channel. I know you're new as a member. I thank you so much. I so appreciate you being a member. But if you're new here, Amy, I'm gonna let you know these people, honey, the comments will drive you crazy for me if you're a true supporter. So just let it roll off just let it roll like rain, just right off your shoulders, honey. Because don't even question the stuff these people say.
Mom, you done this.
Pink the girl too. Dana said, get your weird stalking A out of here. You on the wrong channel. Oh, is Pink the whatever, one of the people that go back and forth, Dana, from my channel to the trolls channels? If she is, you can surely hide her comments. And then she can watch. She can continue to watch, but you can hide her channel. If you see them like doing entirely too much, like way too invested, then you can hide them from the channel. Oh, she's Tasha's mod. So why are you on here, silly butt? Silly goose? Nothing is wrong with Otis. You guys, wait, I really, really hope we're not breaking the prints, are we?
Hey, Mom.
Okay.
Stop playing.
Put it down. Just put, I know, but put it down. We don't need those at all. And we don't need to teach race. That's what you do.
Mom, let's go. Can we go down there and play?
Huh?
Can we go down and play? There's no room.
I'm about to get off of here so I can help you, okay? Tamara said, yeah, Pink and Beast Mode are both mods for the hater troll channels. Okay, so you can block them and they can watch and they can take their screen recordings because they're very, very, very obsessed with me. So they can quietly take their screen recordings of my lives, but you can go ahead and hide them so that they can't comment. Thank you so much. I have the best moderators in the world.
I'm jumping it again.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys.
Woo! We baby.
Kimberly said, bye-bye, Pink the girl. Rose, your hair is growing back really fast and it's looking nice. Thank you so much. Molly says, sit down, bitch. Rose said, you know, respectfully. They can continue to watch and they'll comment. The crazy thing about being hidden from a channel is they'll be continuing to comment, hurting their little thumbs and hurting their little finger muscles, continuing to comment, thinking that we can see their comments. But the thing is, we can't even see their comments. How cold is that? So they just going to continue angrily typing. They're going to continue watching. They're going to continue taking screen recordings so that they can go and react on their page to what I'm doing. And all along, we can't even see. They're like nobody to us. They're ghosts. We can't even see them. We can't even hear them. We don't even know. We don't know your name, but you know mine. You know? Chess, not checkers. Chess, not checkers, guys. But anyways, I just got on here to show you guys that we officially live in Hawaii. So now you're going to see less lives. You were seeing so many lives because my camera and my computer broke. And so I wanted to keep making content for you guys. But I was so frustrated too, living in that small space, that it was hard to like edit the videos and whatnot. So now I'm back in my elements. I feel like I'm back and I'm better, like you said. So now you guys will see a lot of videos. I'll probably won't be doing live so much, but I don't know. I enjoy this time with you guys, so I will do them, but maybe not so much because I have time and space and head space and head capacity to edit videos again now. And like I officially feel like I live here now, you know? What, baby?
Can you order the pizza?
Yeah, I'm about to order the pizza right now. Okay, so I've officially been here for over an hour. Been on here for 70 minutes. Love you guys. Thank you. Bye.
Listen, Rose said I was drinking. My mama made my nerves bad. And yeah, about Brett not being in Race's life for the first year. Yeah, just throw that out the window. I was lying, child. Do y'all think that she was lying when she said that? If you all heard her say that when she was cussing him out a couple of days ago in that video. If you have not seen that video, you can check out my last live. I reacted to that video. But she said that Brett was not around for the first 12 months of Race's life. So Race's is the oldest of their sons together. So he looks like he's like 4 maybe, but she was like, he wasn't around. And she said her sugar daddy was the one taking care of him, like while he wasn't around. So she didn't address the part about, okay, what about the sugar daddy part? She didn't say nothing about that part. But I think what happened is, you know, she spazzed out And CJ Lopez said, girl, listen, I think she spazzed out, and Rose is just used to, as she said, she was saying some real stuff about y'all must be new to my channel if you're not used to seeing me do the absolute most, be crying, telling my business, like this is what I do. And I feel like after she kind of went off on her rant and, cussed the husband out, she just thought about it and was like, oh shit, like, what did I do? Like the Steve Urkel, did I do that? Like, it was one of those moments because she blew up the spot. Like, she told everything. And now, like, these people in the comments, like, wait a minute, story time. Let's back. You said he wasn't there for the first year. You said he did this, that, and the third. And she wants to block you. She don't want to talk about it. Oh, yeah, I was drunk. My mom. So one thing about the part that don't make sense to me, I understand what it is to just have conflict with your mom, to get into it. Like, listen, I done been on here transparent telling y'all, how I can relate to Rose. But one thing that I've never experienced is whatever conflict or disagreement I've had with my mom, where it translates into me taking that energy to my husband and then just making up ish and just lying about our situation. Like, think about it just from a common sense standpoint. What sense does that make that she was so upset with her mom that she gets on the internet and makes up lies about her husband? Like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. But I think that, she probably did have that liquid courage. So I'm not going to say she wasn't drinking. She probably had that liquid courage, and she started airing it out. Like, she just told everything. She told everything. And then it was an afterthought, like, oh, snap, I think I did too much. What am I going to do? Okay, we got to do damage control, because they went out, like she said, oh, yesterday I was live. She's right. That's what I was headed to show you all. And I can take you over there to show you the live she did with Brett yesterday, where they all hugged up with each other like nothing never happened. And it's just like, wait a minute, like it's like, wait a minute, what's going on? So I'm going to bring that video up to show you all like what that video looks like, as far as this is like just the day, 24 hours after their blow up. And she, they just trying to save face, do damage control, right? It's a business. Remember, it's a business.
No, that's not coffee.
Right.
Literally. They're all on the phone. What are you doing, fat baby? What are you doing? Oh my goodness, you're so cute. So cute, baby. You keep slipping.
Slipping.
Keep slipping and slide. I'm slipping on my pumpkin.
One person. It's gonna slow that.
No, he didn't. Oh my gosh. Heart.
That one's your fault.
No, he didn't. Thank you so much, Something Grand. Hey, Earthly Bay. Wow, Ray, you were getting aggressive again.
Again? As soon as the man raises his voice, they get aggressive.
Hey, Dana. Dana in the house. Woo, woo.
I feel bad.
Right, for Dana. Dana, Brett said he feel bad for you on this one. You got a lot of work to do. Oh, is someone doing meth? Wait, are you talking about Brett? Oh, don't let the troll pages fool you now. Doing drugs is what we don't do. Yeah, I love y'all relationship, Rose. Stay true to you, baby. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Tony's life.
Dana said, girl, I'm stressed the fuck out. Hope you guys are having a good day. I smell love in the air, Rose. Sunny said, what the heck? Wow. When do you guys move into
Y'all
the
never
new
been
house?
in a relationship before? You know we're married, right? I need drugs. Huh?
Dana said, I need drugs. Okay, listen. Babe, they said, when are we moving to the new house?
Basically, that's what started a lot of the argument yesterday. Is that Rose got mad, and I don't know if you've ever made a woman mad before, but your wiener goes from however big to this big, and your wallet and your value goes from this to this, and
Your wallet shrink, your house shrink.
And then Rose becomes, when I'm arguing, she becomes not a housewife, but more of a hoe, and everything else wrong, and things get, what.
Did he say when Rose start arguing, she becomes more of a, what did he say? More less of a housewife and more of a hoe? Is that what he said? What? What? Y'all. You can't make this ish up, y'all. Like, listen, this is real time. Like, we are catching the foolishness in real time. I cannot.
But have you had an argument before? It's not amazing that it happens. It just kind of happens, But I did get upset yesterday because Rose, off an argument, decided to cancel our lease and buy plane tickets back home. And what? You got that switched around?
Yeah, so yesterday I got mad. So, well, I don't know, but I bought me tickets back home to Arizona, and babe didn't like that, so he went off, and then I didn't like that he went off, so I went off, and yeah. Well, you were mostly angry because I was spending the money, right?
Caribbean Sniper, I've been seeing you talking. You're not on my side, I get it. So
What is it?
No matter. So what kind of explanation you have? Your name and your logo sticks out a lot. So that is the most against me person there is. So.
Sunny said, y'all hella crazy. Wow, laugh my ass off. It's not even funny. Love you.
Welcome to this.
What's going to change? What do you mean what's going to change? Yeah, we go get out this small ASS apartment, child. That's what's going to change.
I think Rose told you. I think Rose told you guys how what it's like to deal with all these kids in the house, and then having me leave, and then you be having to deal with it. Kind of makes things worse. But.
Yeah. But my daddy said he'll take the older two until school starts August 5th. I want to do it. Do you want to do it? Yeah, so my daddy said he'll take the older two boys for a second, give me a little break. That's awesome. Amina, babe, you're blocked because what we're not going to do, you can continue to watch, but I am going to block you when you talk about my kids.
Well, I mean, from their perspective, or whatever.
I don't know. Like, you guys can say everything, but it's just like the kid thing. Let's not do that. But anyways, yeah, my daddy is going to take the older two boys, so it's going to give me a great break. Sex tape rumors. Oh, Lord.
You never had sex before.
Oh, Lord. What else are they going to come up with next?
Listen, I want to talk about the bank teller.
Yes, I heard that too. I heard that Brett didn't rob the bank. They said that I said Brett robbed the bank, and I admit it. And you could Google. They said you could Google it. Is that what they said? Oh Lord.
I know I have all my Twit card and passport parents and all that stuff. You can't get. But I wish I'd have opted that.
There are links. It's not a rumor. Oh my goodness. Is it cute?
Hope you look good.
Did they get my good angles at least? Do not put your mother on live. Child, never again. I'm not even gonna lie, I do feel like she was a root of my frustration yesterday, for sure.
Well, we had an early conversation, and that probably didn't help.
Yeah.
And then next to it,
Yeah. I want to make sure they can hear you, baby. You know, you got a mic and it's on my phone.
You can. I need one of those things.
Thank you, Rachel. Said Brett and Rose forever. Where are you guys? We are here on our last day at this stupid. Somebody said always to have like appreciation for having a roof over your head, and I do. I genuinely do. But we're at our last day at this tiny little place. Cause yeah, I'm very excited to leave it. As a mom would and should. Oh, as a mom would and should.
It wasn't time to listen to you.
Oh, she wasn't even trying to listen to you or soothe you as a mom would and should. Yeah. Yes, Cece, I was so excited. I'm not even gonna lie. I was genuinely excited to like talk to her, and that's why I was so bummed out. And then she says things all the time, like stuff like about pulling things out on my brother. It made me like have to go and message my brother, like, "Hey, am I going crazy or did this happen?" And it's just what she does.
Yeah, I don't know this. There's some people thinking we're running for president or something like that. We're not.
Yeah.
You make funny videos on the internet. This is the internet where plenty of wild things happen. So we're on the Wild West here, and so welcome. And
They said, "Do your kids get along with him?" Just wondering, because my kids, Cypher and Naomi, don't get along with their stepdad, and I don't know something. Okay, so be honest. Brett and Roz are like this. I think even more so than Brett and Race. And Race is Brett's biological. But Roz and Brett have always been like this, and it makes me mad sometimes because even like when me and Brett not that cool, Roz is like this with Brett. But when Raiden feels like any tension or that me and Brett are not cool, Raiden is like this with me. So Brett and Raiden's relationship is not like amazing. He loves him still. He takes care of him, I feel like, but they're not like besties like Roz and him, obviously.
So real quick, I hate addressing this. Someone said, "Why'd y'all pick him up by the neck?" If you go on the video where they're trying to expose me for choking the kids, you go to 49 seconds. You see my hands here, and the kids holding on to it.
Watch this, y'all. When I said, like, I have a husband and I have 2 sons, and he's played around with the kids when they're growing up. But when I say he ain't never done this was some other stuff. I'm like, where they do this at? Watch this.
But I've showed before. This is how we do it.
Can I try?
Oh.
Can I try that one? All you do is hold on his head.
What'd you say, Ross?
All you do is hold on his head, and then he doesn't put no pressure on it at all. See, all I'm doing is holding my hand on it. If you use your weight to keep it up, that's all. And he places your hand on the neck, but it doesn't hurt or it's not choking us at all. We tell him to do it. That's something.
Jace wants to try, but he's not strong enough.
He said, "Rose, you said terrible things."
I know. Body slammed him into the water, and Rose likes to fight there.
I know I said terrible things, but you know what? It's not an excuse for it. I'm Sagittarius. We can say very, 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 very.
Like 6 shorts about.
We can say very terrible things when we're like, our tongue gets very, 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 very loose. But we like forgive quickly, and if you sorry, we're sorry. Like, and when we know that we're wrong, we don't mind like apologizing. But
He threatened me with like go on live. So I was like, all right, I can go on live. I'll show you a go on live.
I find out about myself.
He got hit with some fuck around and find out. She said, I'm a Sagittarius too, right? You know, said blame it on the zodiac signs. No, for real, who's a Sag though? And their mouth is crazy. Just put like a Sag arrow. Let me see. Let me see how many of you guys are Sages also.
Yeah, some of the exact like the things I said too were a bit exaggerated because she was on. So when I said things on the lines of this and that or whatever, or when she was trying to say things, that happens. Is there truth to some things? Probably. I guess I wish was true. Are we enjoying
all of it?
The clapback from random strangers twisting and trying to Reddit their own stories and put things together. Yeah, it's very funny.
Now we actually have a real Reddit page, y'all. And y'all had a nerve to say we ain't famous. Not like that, but they got a whole Reddit page on the Queen of Kings, and it's so talk about toxic. I seen somebody say the argument was toxic and something. Talk about toxic, honey. That Reddit page is so damn toxic. I can't believe it. The lies that they tell. But anyways, I do want to say it was toxic. But when you're married, when you like make a vow like forever, for death do us part, be like, no, you're gonna have a couple little toxic little incidents, little bumps in the road every here and there. Most people don't show it, but we happen to show it, which is not great. But
yeah, we should probably show those ones. But I mean, people that spend their whole life following us to make sure we make mistakes, trying to make sure they show every little bit of it.
Yeah.
But you know. But yeah, we could be, or it can be toxic, it can be terrible.
So you expose yourself as toxic. That's, you know what I mean? It happens. This is fake. She exposed her hate for him. What did I do, babe, before I came to you today? What did I tell you? I went outside and did a race.
Oh, great for our marriage.
Yeah. So it's not, I express my hate for him. Girl, it's just a regular, I don't know, people argue. But what I do first of all, I'm already dealing with lots from these people on the interwebs. And I'm dealing with lots from this tiny little space, and I'm dealing with lots with like needing a mental clarity break. And then my husband argued, and so boom, the bomb exploded. Yeah, the bomb exploded, and it happens. Like, but that's not me expressing my hate toward him. I don't hate my husband at all. If I hated him, I wouldn't be with him. But like I said, sometimes it's hard to like put your pride aside, and it was very hard for me today. So I went outside. I said a prayer to God, because when you speak Jesus, the devil flees. So if someone tells
nah, sis, you can't blame that on the Sagittarius. I ain't never seen nothing like that. Like, no, she's really trying to save face for her shenanigans. She told the truth. He told the truth. That's why he made a comment of saying, yeah, some of the stuff I said, was true, but I ain't gonna tell you which part. Fool, the whole thing. Y'all both was telling the truth. When she started airing out the truth, you like, bet, oh, this is what we doing. Let me air out your stuff. I was the bouncer at the club where you were stripping at. I was giving you rides to these tricks house, these men's house, so you can go in there and do what you need to do, get that money, and we would ride out in the sunset. Don't do that. Don't do that. The truth came out. The truth came out. It was what it was. And now they're like, wow, like our livelihood is on the line. We got to figure out how we're going to do damage control. So this is a damage control video. It's a damage. So now they'll be going back into character. We'll start soon enough seeing those shorts or Instagram, TikToks, whatever it is they do, where Rose is just with the shits and he's a part of it. And it'll be like nothing ever happened, and people carry on watching. And I think people still look at them as a crazy couple, but people will still watch. Like, I really don't feel like it's going to impact their brand, their bottom line as far as the money. But as far as like, I think Rose is going to be impacted by the way people view her and her stability. I think what just happened, it made people see, yeah, she got a lot going on. Now, even though she got a lot going on, she's probably still gonna have those people who still like her and want her to win. But it did kind of, put a light on her to be like, okay, yeah, sis got some stuff going on. She funny and all, but she got some stuff going on. Like I said, two things can be true at the same time. But I think their channel, their brand is going to continue to grow. It's just that people kind of are looking at them differently. And I mean, it is what it is. People go through stuff. That is true. They happen to go through their stuff live on the internet, and they didn't have to do that. But Rose did that, He challenged her and said, well, fine, go on the internet. And she like, bet. So I don't know if he didn't think she was going to do it, but she did it. And she just aired out the business. Like, she just aired it out. And next day, her and the baby outside praying to the gods. I told y'all she was covered. Let's get back to the video.
Told me that. I've been in this women's group and someone told me, when you speak Jesus, the devil it makes the devil very uncomfortable. He has no choice but to flee. So I literally stepped outside and I spoke Jesus. I spoke Jesus over my marriage, Jesus over my tongue, Jesus over my words, Jesus over my heart, and Jesus over my husband's brain and heart, so that he could reciprocate and hear what I was saying. So it was so hard for me to if it was up to me, I wouldn't have went in and apologized and spoke to him. So I spoke Jesus that he could reciprocate and hear what I was saying, and it really worked. It really, really did. Because at first we were not hearing each other at all.
Oh, we're fighting. Yeah. Some fights last for a day, some fights last for an hour, some fights
You're not supposed to go to bed angry, but we did.
We did.
But yeah, today I spoke Jesus, and I'm not gonna lie, it really did work, because at first we were not seeing eye to eye, and we cannot listen to each other or talk to one another.
And y'all find out I don't make any money, even though I work 70 hours a week.
Well, where's the respect level now? It was never at first.
Yeah, it is something.
The respect level is the same as it's always been. We got respect for one another.
We just actually had a bigger.
Well, hell, what does disrespect look like? If that's what respect look like, what does disrespect look like? What does a bad day look like if you're saying y'all got respect for one another? Because I ain't never seen nothing like that. I ain't never seen nothing like that. What? Y'all got respect for one another. Let me go back to this video and hit play.
Conversation right before this. Make sure we clear ourselves up.
But I do want to say, what I do want to say, respectfully, child, these hoes be crazy. My husband don't even check his Facebook messages, but why did I check his Facebook messages? I couldn't believe these trifling hoes. They was in a message, Brett, you need to leave Rose. She's never gonna be happy. This. I said, well, I'll be damned, you dirty hoe. Oh, don't worry, I blocked them already. I blocked them fast. I didn't say a word back. I just blocked them. How dare you? How dare you, you trifling hoe? My husband's never going to see your message. Because first of all, he doesn't even check his messages. But I'm going to block it before he could ever. That is so trifling. I was just looking at the message like, dirty hoe. But anyways, Tamara, I want to say thank you so much, girl. You are such a queen. I've been seeing you rocking for months now. And girl, how they do it these days. What they do, it's a different way they do it. No, not like this. No, how the kids do it.
Oh, remember someone said we phone up Jason?
But how do kids do it these days, babe?
I've never done it either.
Oh, that's so frustrating. Oh, like this. There we go. Tamara says, I will continue to pray for your family. Love y'all. Thank you, queen. Stop, baby. Thank you. Kudzu said you look like a model. Crystal said haters they are. You two should keep some stuff private. That live was extremely disrespectful. I agree, queen, 100%. You know, sometimes us women are just so emotional. It was him saying for me, the person I am, and it's not like great. It's, you know, I can work on it. We all got things we can work on. But it was him saying, go on live. Oh, honey, them fighting words. go on live. I was like, go on live. Okay, bet. I'm about to go on live. You know? And then we both are sometimes stubborn. I feel like at that point you could have been like, okay, get off live. You know? But we did it. And so yeah.
You said I'm trifling, I'll say, yeah, you trifling, I'll say I'm trifling, and you trifling.
Yeah. Look, Tamara said, yeah, these women will always come for your husband. They're raggedy. Girl, I could not believe it. My eyes literally, I thought my eyes were deceiving me. Thank you so much, T-Feed, for your contribution. Cole said Rose is sex shady AF. Okay. So, what was I about to say? I forgot.
Foxhole said, I'm sorry, they ignored the gun, the tricking, the hole in the walls, the stealing of the chicken, dropping the baby, Brett turning to delete himself and expect us to have dummy energy. Y'all, y'all, so the stealing of the chicken is when she said that he got fired from his job because he was stealing. She said he was bringing food home, and she told him, if you steal one more again, I'm gonna leave your ass. So everybody like, what? Well, now he's stealing what? Like, what does he do for work? Like, do anybody know what he does for work? Because she said he broke whatever. He hollering he works 70 hours a week. When is he putting them 70 hours in? Because I be seeing him on these lives. So where he putting 70 hours in? Because she straight went in, and I didn't hear him defending himself with saying, you alive, I got a job. I'm working over at Walmart delivering products. Or I'm working over at Amazon. I didn't hear him throwing out, repping his job. So listen, it's the gaslighting for me, but you listen, whoever want to fall for it, like I'm just over here just reviewing the content. This is comedy. Like I cannot, like, y'all. Ooh, child, let me get into these comments, y'all. It's a lot. Let me see how much we got left of this video. We like roughly halfway through. I want us to get through it because I only watched maybe like the first 5-7 minutes of it last night just to see, what they was on. But it's worse than I thought. But yeah, Foxhole, yeah, that was a real comment. That one took me out. But you ain't never lied on that one. Like they hilarious. So Vanessa says, hell yeah, she is giving manic depressive vibes similar to bipolar. Listen. Rose got a lot going on. I haven't taken the time to stop and trying to come up with a diagnosis. I do have a master's degree in clinical mental health counseling. So your girl walk around diagnosing people all the time. And this probably bring background to a lot of stuff, probably make it me sharing that with you probably has a lot of maybe the things you've heard me say make sense because I do have a background. I'm just not in that profession and therapy work, but my education is. So when it comes to that mental illness and this, all of that jazz, like I see all that play out in people all the time and I will call it out. I definitely see, symptoms of or characteristics of bipolar disorder. Definitely that trauma, childhood, trauma. Rose got a few things going on. She got a few things. I would say that she could have a prescription somewhere out there that she can go get filled at the local drugstore. Now, whether or not she going over there to go pick it up, I don't know. But I would say that, she could have one waiting on her. She can. Wow, it's a lot. Come on, Foxhole. Come on. This is a train wreck to say the least. Like, to say the least, and the poor kids and they boys, and then to think that these boys are one day going to be leading households. So what is that going to look like? Because we see what it looked like with Brett over here trying to lead something. That's a damn train wreck. Listen. So now with them having 4 sons, this is the guidance they have. And like I said, these fools, I don't know, would y'all call this like modern day Whitney and Bobby vibes? Like, because y'all remember they had the reality show. They were just like crazy in love. And eventually they stuff came to an end and they divorced. But they was like the Cardi B and Offset before the Cardi B and Offset, meaning, Whitney Houston and Bobby Brown. So is this the internet version of that? Because baby, like this is that couple that needs to get far away from each other, but seem to get closer and closer by the millisecond. Like they might put in years. They might outdo everybody relationship. Fox, it is insane, and they will continue paying them. Yes, sir. Like this is, like I said, this is a brand. This is the business. This is money. This is the business. They gonna make that money. Them subscribers, they probably have already gotten more subscribers since she cussed them out the other day. They probably, I'm sure, because people are like, what? Like people are here for the shenanigans. People are more apt to tune in to the negativity than the positivity. So I'm sure they grew. Sugar daddy trick. Right. Whoo, child. CJ Lopez says, Vanessa, I see mental illness daily. If this isn't bipolar, low lows and high highs, I don't know what it is. Like, I'm going to go with a bipolar. I'm definitely seeing that play out before us. They like Ike and Tina. Like any dysfunctional couple you can come up with, you can say that's what they're like. It's a mess. This is Blueface, and this is Blueface, and what's her name, but older, Krishan Rock. Yes, she locked up, so that's the only reason why we haven't been hearing about shenanigans with that, because she in jail. I think she's still in jail, but I can see that. Next. Vanessa says his son shirt on the backwards and inside out, like her life. Yeah. But here's the thing, it will rise fast and it will fall faster. Well, we're gonna be here to watch it 1,000%. Yes, so let's get back to this mess.
Deleted videos are still out there. Someone said, that's great. We hope that you enjoy watching them. But someone keeps commenting about me saying that my husband robbed a bank. And that was never said. You guys are you're doing a little bit too much. It's not time for us to go to bed. It's only 5:30 where we are. I see someone say go to bed. But when you guys keep saying, like, I keep seeing it in the comments, like, oh, your husband robbed a bank or something. That's just plain stupidity. Why is he not in jail if he robbed a bank? My husband never robbed a bank.
Said I was up on the stage dancing or something.
Yeah, I never once said that my husband robbed a bank at all whatsoever.
Okay, we'll start though.
No, my husband is not gay. If you heard that one video that my sons do, not like that, but I don't really, personally in my household, I don't really like Bonty Boy stuff. So no, he's not.
Cole said you said he was gay. Yeah. Was she mad?
I love like, having gay boyfriends as friends just because they're so.
Hey, I want to read this comment. Vanessa J said, she said, Brett likes plastic surgery girls and how she is not fake or into that now. She's getting a nose job and a new stomach. So yes, last night I came across a video with, as I was trying to find the video with Rose getting into it with her mom, I came across another live that they had did together where they were just sipping on wine and chatting. And Rose was telling her mom that she was planning to be going to Los Angeles from the first week of December to have a mommy makeover. So she says she's getting her stomach done. That's the only part of, she called it a mommy makeover, but she only specifically talked about her stomach and getting that done. And she was asking the mom if she would babysit. And mom was like, well, I'm a young grandma. And if you want me to watch the kids, you got to give me time and this, that, and the third. So Rose was asking her like multiple times, are you going to be able to watch the kids? Will this date work for you? That lady still never said yay. She actually said, oh, that'll be great when you come to Los Angeles to have surgery, because then I can pull up. Ma'am, how are you pulling up if you're supposed to be babysitting the 4 kids? Like how? So I don't know who's going to be watching them kids in December when Rose go underneath the knife, but clearly we know mama ain't, because Rose and the mama didn't cuss each other out. So I don't know who's going to be watching these kids while she under the knife trying to get her body together. But during that call, the mama did never confirm and say, yes, yes. I will watch the babies while you go do your thing. Mama was like, oh, you having surgery? I'm going to pull up. So that just translated to, listen, I told you I'm a young mama, and young mamas ain't just sitting around singing lullabies to babies. Her mom is, she looked like she's probably maybe around her early 50s, and she is engaged, and she said she was a real estate broker. So that's what I got from that live as far as the mom. But Rose does look like her mom. Her mom's beautiful. But yeah, I just want to kind of elaborate more on this. Rose is about to get some work done. I have heard her say she wants to get her chest done, but she didn't say that in the call with her mom. She called a mommy makeover. So maybe a part of that entire experience, she is going to get her breast done, plus get her stomach done. I think Rose looks amazing, but if she's trying to, have this body that her husband likes, then Vanessa, it makes sense why she's trying to do what she's trying to do, because her mom was like, you look great. What are you doing? Don't try to have all these surgeries if it's, people online are saying things like, you look great. Make sure it's something you want to do. And Rose just kind of like, I don't know. She never stressed the point of like, no, it is what I want to do. She just kind of was just pointing out little things pertaining to her stomach. To me, I don't know. I can believe her trying to kind of do some extra stuff in hopes of trying to become something that she thinks her husband would want her to be, whatever that is. So if it's the breast, then she didn't say nothing about a nose job, but I have heard talks that Rose have talked about her mom, I think when she was little, making her doing something, dealing with pinching her nose to make it smaller. I didn't come across any videos when I was researching where, I heard that, but, I've been all over the place just, researching this couple. And that was a comment that I did see somewhere where the mom was trying to do some stuff dealing with her nose when she was little, because she did say, her nose, it seemed like she has her dad's nose. Her dad's has more of the wide nose. So Rose, I guess, maybe took on more of her father's features, but she does look like her mom. Her mom is beautiful. Rose is just a little darker than her mom. But it's unfortunate if she is trying to change her body for, to become something that she thinks her husband wants her to become. That's never good, because next thing you know, she can easily become somebody addicted to surgeries, always trying to go under the knife to change something. Because as Prince says, she ain't never satisfied. That song When Doves Cry. So I hope that's not the case. So we'll see. But December, oh yeah, because Rose is turning 30 in December. So she was talking to her mom about making all these changes before her birthday. And she's like, Mom, do you think it's good? And Mom was like, well, yeah, 30 is a big year. So if you are trying to make these changes, I think that is a good time for you to do it. So just look out. We're going to be seeing a new Rose for Christmas. So get ready.
Fun, but no, I don't play Botsy Boy in my household. Sorry.
So you find out a lot of things that.
No, like Brett said to me earlier, when the woman is mad, your dingling go from 10 inches to 4 inches. Your bank account go from 250,000 to 500. Your height go from 6'5" to now you a shrimp. Oh, little boy. So I don't know. That's how it be. So what? We women. Oh well. What about it? I said it, and what? Look, Earthly Bay said true. Women, that's women. Come on, let's not sit here and play. Y'all know. It's not that's not like our normal arguments, and that's not an appropriate argument. But oh well, it happens. So what?
You want to explain, because there's a discussion about the rating thing.
The rating? Who said what about rating?
Or is he hurting you guys?
No, he ain't hurting nobody over here. He ain't hurting nothing over here. Y'all are beautiful. F the haters. That's why being queen is important. Rose's mom was so right. I feel so stupid. I was dead wrong this whole time. My mom was right? Okay. All righty.
I will say, I don't know.
Baby, you actually don't gotta say nothing. Don't even say a word. The fact that she got 6 kids and don't none of them mess with her, I mean, you don't have to say nothing. Don't say nothing to them. Yes, she was right. You were. I'm sorry that you were wrong. She was so right. Dana Marie, where you at? Laugh aloud. She said, "Don't block nobody." Yeah, tomorrow they don't gotta block anyone today. At home with Vicky said, "Get off live though. The haters too much."
Yeah, we're used to it.
Um,
Get these kind of haters just at a regular job too.
Elizabeth said, "Can I see you kiss?" Usually Brett hate when people ask, "Can I see you kiss?" and he doesn't want to do it at all whatsoever. But may I have a kiss? But what we did, what we did find out though is that, thank you, baby. What we did find out though is that, okay, I'm about to get off this live because my baby is unhappy. But then what we did find out, I will say. What we did find out, I will say, is that my mom has a book that she is trying to release. And I was so shocked the other day when I did a live. My mom hasn't talked to me in months. So to randomly be like, "Hey, put me on your live, put me on your live, put me on your live." And then I put her on my live. And then after I put her on my live, I looked and I realized she has a new YouTube channel with content on it. And she has a new book that she's trying to get out there. So yeah, that it makes a lot of sense why she hasn't met my baby. We haven't talked in months, and randomly she's like, "Hey, put me on your live." It makes sense. But however, I'm always excited whenever, because I want a mom real bad. So y'all are not about to phase me talking about still lying Rose. You're trying to get a reaction so bad. I need to understand when y'all trying to get reactions, and I need to just.
So. Brett, what up, Gary? Grace.
Sorry, your mom's like that. It's okay.
Mark.
Is that breastfeeding on camera? Yes.
Brett of him?
No. No, I never said. No, I never said that. They're just making that up.
No, that's what I said. I was being nasty.
Dana, stop it. Dana, your husband gonna get you, girl. But Dana talking about people fight, or Dana said, "People fight, big deal, dust it off, keep it moving." Hey, Tosh Mob, I know y'all watching.
Really, Vanessa J, I gotta time you out on that one. She painted him as her white and shining armor, then went and called him an Air Masters Mandingo girl. I cannot. That's what she did. She said it multiple times. You was sleeping in the basement on the mattress, and I'm like, I can't be in them conditions. So she had to go on and transport the peen over to her luxury apartment. Oh my God. It ain't enough stroking in the world, I tell you. Jesus.
My money because they got mad at her. Hey, Dana, thank you so much, Queen. Oh my goodness. Tamara said, no, I don't. Jay said, Jay said, girl, use the blanket. I understand, but I don't like to cover my baby's airflow when he's feeding. I don't like it. And he don't like it either. He'd be like, tearing it off of him.
There is YouTube pages where there's halos around the blonde women and whoever they're with and stuff like that, and there's nothing wrong in their life. And their biggest problem that they have is they ran out of laundry soap or something like that. Granted, we are different. A little bit more wild. We met in a little wild environment.
No, we're just more authentic. Like, honestly. We show these people a lot of, well, it's because I'm an oversharer. That's for certain. And so these people have got to see parts of our lives that other people don't show. you know. And I need to work on. Well, I feel like that's the bulk of my mental health issues right now is because I overshare and giving these people like too much room to like judge like certain aspects of our life, like our kids and stuff, you know.
I think Rose has become addicted to the internet. I feel like, you know, she's created this brand where she airs it all out. And then because her livelihood is dependent on it, she has no limits to what she will present to the world because she knows that, okay, I've created this brand and this expectation that I'm going to show everything. And this is what people come here for. So this is what she does. So she's telling her husband, like, that's a problem that I have. And she's recognizing that she has a problem and it's having an impact on her mental health, but she's out of control. This is the brand she's created. This is what people come here for. This is how she got to 1 million subscribers in a relatively fast time. I think she's only been out here a couple of years. I don't know. It hasn't been super long that they've had this channel, and they reached 1 million subscribers maybe a few weeks ago. So it's like now it's just like everyone's used to her airing it out, and she aired it out when she custom smoothed the hell out the other night. But now it's just like the airing out she did from that. It's like it was something that she was like, okay, this was something that could hurt my brand. And it seemed like that was like the first time where she felt like she said something that can have an adverse effect. And now she's trying to her best to clean it up and say, okay, now listen, my mama had tap dance on my last nerves. I got these kids over here. Brett, you know, called my bluff, and I just got on the internet and just started just spilling lies. Who is believing that? I don't care how much of a supporter you are. You can still be a supporter for her and Brett, but not fall for the okie doke. Like, use common sense. And I hope that as a collective, her fans will use common sense to know, sis, you were telling the truth. You aired it all out. Like, it is what it is. Now we, as your fans or supporter, we can choose if whether or not we want to just be here for you and keep you all lifted in prayer and hope that you guys can work through these challenges. But don't backpedal and say you were lying. It's that part for me, because you plan on people's intelligence. That's what she's doing. And over here, we are not falling for it. So I'm glad over here on this channel, Chic Speaks, going off of the comments, like, we're smarter than that. We're recognizing what we're seeing, the lies. We see that this person is unwell and she's trying to do damage control, and we see through it. Like, don't mean that we got to hate on her, because I'm not here to bash her. I'm just here to point out that, ma'am, you got some stuff that you dealing with. You aired out, y'all, the truth of you guys' relationship. Everybody got their stuff they deal with, but you can't air it out and then backpedal and then snap on people when they call you on what you said and be like, no, I was lying. You're blocked. Like, you can't do that.
Yeah.
But that's the whole problem, to be honest. Hey girl, don't even let the haters get to you. Every relationship has problems. Thank you. Does the baby ever go in a swing or playpen?
That Rose has, what do you want to say that? Like,
What?
What's the word I'm trying to say? Hormone issues? Not issues, but hormone attacks every now and then. You said like you can have like postpartum.
No, it's not like, I mean, like, I'm 6 months postpartum. I mean, hormones are regulating. That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, it's very common for you to have like movement issues.
Yeah.
So small things. I actually said something that I thought was the big deal today, and I made her a little mad. So.
Well, that was a very, very big deal, and that was very inappropriate for you to say. No, I'm not gonna lie. Like, so tomorrow I have therapy, and I am gonna tell the therapist about that for sure. That was very inappropriate. You're weird.
Y'all think she going to that therapy appointment? Because she didn't say nothing about therapy or going to no appointment when we just seen that live that we caught. So, oh my God. Oh God, we're almost through. We got about another 10 minutes.
You can't just do that this way. Aiden, you can have one too. I have the bottle.
Do you care if people use your content for commentary? They're gonna do it regardless. Like it's at this point, we were fighting them, but there's way too many at this point.
You gotta sympathize a little bit. You gotta get their admittance a little bit. They're like, we tried making channels about this and that.
Their content wasn't relevant enough on their own. So
be nasty and talk.
Yeah, so they gotta be nasty and they gotta
do what you gotta do, make your money too.
It's with the condition that the president put our country in, everybody has to make their way of living. So we get it. We understand.
It's like as if COVID shut the world down for 2 years in the economy. After that, from oil economics went terrible.
Yeah.
And minimum wage raise and riot, everything just made everything expensive.
They say yes, she care. Yeah, I do care, but it's too many to try to it's too many at this point. They're just gonna do what they gotta do. Hey, you guys, put the sticks down.
Yeah,
we can't play with stuff like that.
Sticks and chains down, see? Got 3 boys here, 2 of them have sticks, 1 has chain, and they're just fighting. Who's there, Gray? Keep it appropriate. My white wife.
Hey, Race. You want me to come hug you? Come here, baby. You okay?
Miss, you want to shoot the lights?
Oh, I'm too hard.
What time is it? It's 5:40. Someone said she got a bro cubby. But to be honest, I did not qualify for my name to be put on a house loan. We bought our house for $450,000 2 years ago, and I did not. But I'll be quiet. I didn't qualify for my name to be put on the loan. So my name is on the title, meaning the house is mine. But guess whose name is on the house loan? My husband's. Why? Because he had paperwork. If you ever bought a house, it's a very extensive, very thorough process. So he had paperwork to back up that he could afford a $450,000 house. So you definitely have to be making at least 6 figures. So yes, he's probably not broke.
Okay, so about that part, I can see him qualifying for the loan because this money that they make from this channel, when you show and produce your income, he's showing that this is added income that they have. So even if he was the person whose name went on the loan, remember when she was cussing him out, she was saying she paid for everything. So basically what she is saying is that, okay, even though his name went on the loan, he was able to still use the funds that's shown from the channel as added income, even though in her mind, to her, that was really income that she earned from the efforts that she put on this YouTube channel. You see what I'm saying? Because $450,000, you have to earn a pretty good amount of money to be able to afford that by yourself. And I'm sure that the income that he used to support him being able to afford that loan was the YouTube checks. Now, for whatever reason, she's saying she could not be put on the loan for whoever knows, but she was saying she's the one who came up with the money. And yes, they're married, so the channel is both of theirs, but Rose is the one who really started the channel, and then she got him to kind of be engaged in it. So I think that's why she kind of take ownership of the channel, because even that day, when they did that video about separating, she called this main channel her channel, and she said he's going over to start his own channel. So to her, this is her channel. So to her, this money in her mind, whether we all agree to it or not, agree to view it that way, to her, the money that's been made on this channel, she looks at it as though it's my money, it's what I do or whatever. But as she talked about in that live, she got different brand deals and things that she do. So her hands is in several different things. But she meant what she said when she said that she is the one who came up with the money for the house. She meant that. She meant that. Now, she's just doing damage control right now. So that's why she's like, well, his John Henry went on the paperwork, but really it was her funds that she was claiming that actually went towards qualifying, that allowed for them to qualify for that loan.
I don't spend money on nothing.
Yeah. And these are public records. Y'all already then went looking up our house, so y'all can see that by yourself, that he's on the loan, I'm on the title, because he bought the house for me. But and yeah, I was being all snazzy, and I was like, yeah, you know, I'm the one that paid for the house and for the car, and but the thing is, it came out of our joint bank account. So no, I didn't actually pay for it, but it came out of our joint bank account. But I don't care. When I'm mad, I'm gonna say everything that I need to say to make him madder than I am.
I'm definitely paying for something. I don't know where my money would go otherwise. Yeah, don't let up your face.
Okay. Here, go get down now. Go get down now. People should really stop pocket watching. Someone said, girl, that's toxic. Yes, it is. But the thing about it is, I know for a fact you have a toxic trait as well. So as long as you're working on yourself, you know, that's really, really good. I hope that you're working on yourself. But I'm 29 years old. I'm 29. Oh, well, yes. I got issues. So what? Get a therapist. I got one. What's next? Here. She said Brett punched a hole in the wall. He did. Now that he did. I'm not gonna just get on here completely like, yeah, he punched a hole in the wall before. He's stronger than he realizes sometimes.
Did y'all catch that? She said, I'm not gonna get on here and completely lie. She didn't say, I'm not gonna get on here and lie. Yeah, he punched her. She said completely lie, which means she been lying. But she was like, I'm not gonna lie about this part. But that other stuff, y'all.
To believe. Hey, stand up, baby. Stand up.
They didn't have nobody.
But guess what? If we wanted to decorate our house with 20 holes in the walls, we could do that because we own our house. So if he wanted to just decorate it, just ho, 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 he could do that.
Popcorn monkey. Let's do it. If you believe they put a man on the moon, man on the moon.
Baby, you still don't want to get down and go play anymore? Huh?
No history. But we've been dealing with terrible comments. We realize you've been there with terrible comments from the start of this relationship. Usually racial related.
You don't remember though, even when I was pregnant and you bought me the Gucci shoes, that's like when we just barely started. They was saying crazy stuff when your mom at me. They were saying crazy stuff. Like they've been saying it.
She's your slave.
Yeah, they've been saying it. It's not new at all. It's just got more because obviously we grew more. So obviously it's gonna become new. You know what I'm saying?
Try to pull your brother's hair.
Why did your mom keep saying those kids instead of her grandkids? Because she don't know these kids. She don't know him. Babe, honestly, did she meet Race like once or twice for all of 30 minutes? For 30 minutes each time. No longer. Yeah. She don't know Race. She don't know River at all. She knew Roz and Raiden before I got with Brett. She knew them a lot. But after I got...
Bango, really? Them kids is ugly as hell for real. Do we got to talk about the babies? Them two boys, somebody questioned this earlier on this live. I don't know if they're still here. And they said that they didn't feel like the kids looked like Brett. I will say, I don't know. I don't see that the two little babies look like either one of them, but they do look like each other. The two boys, the two little ones, the ones that are supposed to be by Brett, those boys to me look like just alike in the face. So, given that they look just alike, I'm going to say they daddy would be the same person. And in my heart, after the way Brett got cussed out, I want to believe that those are Brett's babies. I want to believe it because they got the same face, but I want to believe that they're his babies and it ain't some trick out here babies, even though she said when he wasn't around, some trick was paying for the babies. So don't do that. Don't talk about the babies, Bango. Banjo. Is it pronounced banjo?
With Brett, our relationship, and we used to get our nails done. We used to go for coffee. After I got with Brett, our relationship greatly diminished. Queen Z, yes, I pray, yes. All I can say is y'all just have a bunch of nosy bees on y'all chat. Christy said, hey, Christy, queen, you look beautiful. You look beautiful. You look beautiful. We've been trying to get the bees some honey, babe. You look beautiful in your profile picture, Christy. My daughter's name is River, Hazy said. Oh, that's very pretty. You're embarrassing and need help. Not normal. Well, guess what? Like, I'm literally nobody to you. No kin to you. So how you gonna tell me I'm embarrassing? If I'm not embarrassed, how are you gonna tell me that I'm embarrassing? Who am I embarrassing to? You? Okay. Who are you? I don't even know your name, but you know mine. Silly rabbit. Why can't people leave yesterday in the past? Dana said.
When they give me
I
rainbow
love
hearts.
Dana don't
When
play.
they give me rainbow hearts.
They gave you rainbow hearts. You love rainbow hearts. Oh, Gray Beauty.
Vanessa J said, hashtag Oakland, California, we don't play. I'm from the Bay Area too, Vanessa. I'm from Pittsburgh, California. We don't play. We not with the shits. Like all it is, we don't do that. So it makes sense why you over here keeping it real like that, Vanessa, because when you know, you know.
Said Team Bros, Brett and Rose. That's cute. Palestine. That's cute, babe. Should we do that? Team Bros? Bros, Brett and Rose? Because Brett is BR and then it goes into O's.
Rose?
Bros.
I mean, you already said you had people like Rose.
Shut up. No, she said. No, she said it would have. Well, it could be B Rose. B Rose.
B Rose, maybe, but not
Okay,
Rose.
B dash Rose. Okay, y'all, we're about to get off of here. But let us know really, really quick. YouTube real for online. For real. Someone said. Okay, we're getting off. But let me know who is Team B Rose. Put B Rose in a chat and then we get off.
A lot of these people.
We're getting off. But I need to count at least 10 B Roses. Let me see. Who's Team B Rose? Yeah. Who's Team B Rose, guys? Okay, we got Shirley. That's 1. That's 2. That's 3. Oh, 4, 5, 6. Oh, shoot, 7, 8. Ooh, 9, 10. Oh, okay. Look at all of them. Don't be excited me. See, Dana. I was like, don't be excited me doing it over and over and over again so it can seem like a lot of people. Dana, you know I'm going to be real. I see you doing it over and over and over again to make it seem like I got a whole bunch of people that's Team B Rose. That's so funny. Okay, I love you guys. Thank you so much. They said, where's the sugar daddy? The sugar daddy is gone after I got married. After I got married, the sugar daddy was no more. Bye, guys.
You said weird. You raised them.
Oh, I don't know what I was saying. I was mad and slightly a little bit tipsy. I got tipsy after that phone call with my mama. I was saying anything.
We said stop that.
Thank you, Dana. Wait, who was that? Oh shit, not. I zoomed all the way in on my fat nose. Okay. Oh, that's Dana again, talking about B Rose all day with $20. Stop it, Dana, girl. You real rich. Oh, y'all said, where's the sugar daddy? Dana is my new sugar daddy, right, Dana? Tell them, Dana. They want to know where the sugar daddy is. Dana, tell them. Dana is literally my new sugar daddy. I'm just waiting for Dana real quick.
Okay, we're gonna go do the. I'm just waiting for Dana's reply. Yep, Dana. Yep, Dana is the new sugar daddy. All right, love you guys. Bye.
Y'all, that's Raina Rose. So in my research, I seen a video and she said her name was Raina Rose. So that's Raina Rose, y'all. Vanessa J said, for all we know, they ain't even legally married. They lie about everything this way. If she's single, she can get that WIC check and EBT. you know. Jesus. I'm trying to get through these comments because I was trying to keep let it play so we can get through it because we've been on here at 4 hours, but I've had a great time with you all. Please make sure you like, share, and subscribe. Foxo said, well, she should change her status in the content because Brett and the kids bring her content. I agree, but she seems like somebody that can have like a narcissistic type mindset to where she believes that she is the muscle and without her, things aren't going to happen. So the way she was talking to him the other night, that's kind of the vibes that I got. It's like she believes that, she runs the show. She runs the show, and clearly he believes it because he's sitting up there with the lies right with her. Yeah. She says she made $1,600 profit from her Airbnb and paid a maid $800 to clean it each month, leaving her with $800. What kind of logic is that? I didn't know. I mean, I remember she used to talk about Airbnb, so I didn't know that was still a thing. Remember, the husband had left when she decided to want to stay in Hawaii. He had went back to Arizona to kind of handle some business. So I guess he was, cleaning out the house, so therefore it can be used as an Airbnb. But yeah, that doesn't make sense. Profit. Excuse me. I wonder what is the mortgage. Only how it can make sense is if her mortgage is less than the amounts that they're charging for the Airbnb, because let's just say they're not there living in it. So, but yeah, I guess it still wouldn't even make sense because if she just rented it out, she can get more than $800. So yeah, you're right. It don't make sense because rent is so expensive right now. And if she's only bringing home $800, she can just put a full-time tenant in there and just charge. That's West Coast money. West Coast rent. What we gonna say that for the 4-bedroom house, that's probably about $2,800 at least. She can get probably about $2,800 in rent on that. So you're right. You're right on that one. I had to do that math on it because you're right. That math wasn't math. And listen, I was trying to make it work, but you're right. Vanessa, you got this. You got this. Caught that. She is playing these people like a fiddle. She sure is. She sure is. Wouldn't you stay local and clean it yourself and save $100? I'll clean it for $100. So she's full-ish saying $800 on a maid. Yeah. Right now we caught her in lies because she was like, well, I ain't gonna completely lie. So she let it be known she was on here lying. Vanessa, I highly doubt she spent $800 on cleaning because she has several posts with her being the one cleaning up the Airbnb. But here's the thing. If she's now in Hawaii, then she can't be there. Angie she's not there to be cleaning. So if the house is still being used as an Airbnb, somebody got to be there to clean it out, to turn it over as people. Because I don't think she's left Hawaii since they went there for vacation a couple of months ago. I don't think she left. So somebody got to be cleaning it. Foxo said that child abuse while they are running around just being completely out of control while children are watching. That's how they roll out there on the island. CJ Lopez said, we will catch that, but most delusional people won't. Listen, we ain't delusional over here. That's one thing. It's like, I don't do Delulu land over here. Like, that's a pet peeve of mine. What you're not going to do is play crazy in my face. That's what you're not going to do. I'm going to block you. We're not doing that over here. So I'm glad we got people over here with common sense. Vanessa J said, do I want to prop $1,600 from property this month, or do I want to split that with a maid, leaving me with only $800? Can you explain any financial logic in that? There's none. It's none. Listen, I tried, but no, it's none. CJ says she a whole lot. So I said he probably got a DNA. I doubt it. I doubt it, because the way she was just airing him out in that cussing out session the other day, I got the sense that she went in a way that she hadn't before. So he might was hearing some stuff for the first time on how she truly felt about him. But I don't know. I doubt it if he got the DNA. I wouldn't believe it. And then he got to pay for that. Y'all see him going paying for that? Man, Joe, no, these kids, leave them alone. Yes, we got to leave the babies alone. Vanessa J say, anyone who is a mom knows it'll eat them up knowing that their kids don't have a bed. I was a single mom of 2 at 19. It took me a couple of years to get furniture, but I felt like crap when we didn't have it. Yes, that part. You are right. You are right about that. Vanessa said, how does she sleep at night saying she is a good mom when those kids have no consistency, no beds? I don't see toys. I don't even see crowns or anything. Big red flags. They swim all day. They good swimmers now. I was watching a video yesterday, and they was just doing flips and all kinds of stuff. So they are definitely good swimmers. So if they can't do nothing else, they know how to swim. Dana is delusional. Who is Dana? Can somebody tell me who is Dana? Is she like a moderator? Who's Dana? Because I heard her say that name a few times. Who's Dana? Vanessa J says she claims she breastfeeds a 3-year-old. Caught in another line. Remember the video of her letting the boy try to breast milk when the baby was born? I didn't see that one, but I did just learn from someone that she was breastfeeding a 3-year-old, and I clutched my invisible pearls because I knew she was breastfeeding the little baby, which makes sense. But what, you breastfeeding both of them? And he's big. Like, I just seen that little boy doing cannonballs and backflips in a swimming pool yesterday. So Houseway, make that make sense. You can't be doing cannonballs and jumping out and getting on the breast like in 2 seconds later. My mind, I can't wrap my mind around that. CJ Lopez says, Vanessa, I wonder where are the toys? No wonder they play with chains and whatever they said. Yeah. What did y'all think? How'd y'all think about Brett and how he played with the boys with the grabbing of the neck? Like, I when I saw that yesterday, I was like, huh? Like, I don't know. I'd never seen a man play around with a kid like that, where they're playing with their neck and lifting them off the ground. Like, I'd never seen that. So you all can let me know if that's the norm. But apparently, I guess, I don't know if he'd done that before in front of the camera and people kind of had an issue with it. But remember, when she was airing out the business, she was talking about his behavior and how he is with the kids, like insinuating that he was abusive. So it was just a lot going on in these videos lately that we've been reviewing. That's why these lives have been so long, because it's a lot. And I've followed Rose. I guess I came to know of her maybe over the past, I think I probably came to know of her when she was early on in her pregnancy with the last baby. But I didn't never follow her consistently. But I would say probably in the last 30 to 60 days is when I really been learning the most about her, just because a lot of people have been creating YouTube pages talking about her shenanigans. So it piqued my interest to see, okay, well, why are these people creating pages to just talk about her? So that's when I kind of, start to learn more personal things about her. And then it had me to sometimes maybe click on some of the things that I seen, if I would see her come up in my recommendations, just to see if the things, I can't even say if the things that people were saying was true or not, because these people got pages and they're just showing her content. So it's not like they're just outright just saying something. Like, they're reacting to content just like we're doing over here. So it's a lot. It's a lot. Vanessa J said, okay, I grew up in Richmond. Yep, I had family there. My husband's from there too. Pittsburgh's right next door to me. Yep, my husband's from Vallejo. Yep, Bay Area. Northern California. Vanessa J, I'm going to follow y'all Instagram if you want to leave it. Okay. Yeah, I could drop the Instagram. CJ Lopez, she needs that validation. Yeah. Vanessa J, okay, if she was breastfeeding a 3-year-old the whole time, fine, do. But the video when the last baby came home was Rose letting the 3 boys taste her milk from a cup. Y'all, I missed that one. Ooh, I'm glad I missed that one. Is Raina Rose her stripper name? I'm being serious. I don't know. I just seen her doing, I don't know who she was talking to, if she was doing the live with one of the lives with her mom, but she said her name was Raina Rose. Because I'm like, wait a minute, did she say something in front of the Rose? So I kind of rewinded the video, and yeah, she's like Raina Rose. So I don't know, if Rose is on the birth certificate, Raina or Rose, if what's that about? But yeah, she referred to herself. She said her name was Raina Rose. Vanessa J says, so this means she started breastfeeding him at age 3 when the last baby came. Effing strange. I'm like, because I guess you're saying this because her milk probably should have been dried up by now. What makes you think, I guess, she hadn't still been breastfeeding him all along? Yeah, we just trying to figure this thing out over here together, y'all. Oh my goodness. Vanessa J said, now I know her whole name. Now I'm going to search the internet for her whole ads. They stay on the net years later. Google her numbers. I bet it brings up back page whole ads. Listen, you go on and find what you need to find. I'm sure I'll be back out here, soon, talking about her again. It's quite interesting. It's quite interesting, because I'm like, why all these people got these pages dedicated and all they do is talk about Rose? But like, as I've been into it these last couple of days, I'm like, okay, I see, because there's layers to it. It's so much that's going on to where you can just talk for days. You can definitely talk for days. CJ Lopez, I found you today. Love this little space, and the ladies on here sub. Thanks, CJ. I welcome you. Your comments had me going too, so thank you. Vanessa J said, follow my Instagram. Okay, follow back, guys. This was hilarious. Okay. Let me try to take a picture of that real fast because it's so many comments in here. I'm trying to just get through them all as much as I can. 4,600. What's 4,600? Banjo said, poor crazy thing. She should never put that man above herself. Like, you see that's happened. She straight disrespected that man, and they're going to say today, yeah, we respect each other. Oh, that's what respect look like? Okay. He likes it. What they say, you like it, I love it. Vanessa J said he probably likes to get spanked and dominated. You never know, because these men be into some freaky stuff, and he a big old burly man too. Wow. At Banjo, she loves herself too much to do that. Vanessa J said, I'm not splitting my profit with the maid. Vanessa, you clearly about that money. You like, listen, ho, you can go get a crackhead to do all that for $50. So listen, she's not there right now to be cleaning the house. So I guess she's got to, pay somebody because she's now in Hawaii. So I don't know. Somebody got to clean the house if she's turning it over using the Airbnb. So that is a service that she is going to have to pay. Now, if she's saying she's paying $800, then I don't know. I don't know what that's like. My sister runs an Airbnb and she manages it herself. But I know on West Coast, everything costs more. I'm in Georgia, Metro Atlanta, so things are cheaper here. But that is crazy as far as with that type of expense. She might as well just go ahead and just put a tenant in there and just she'll get more money if she put a Section 8 tenant in there. Guaranteed money, the government will pay you that. CJ Lopez, it's all so fake. Vanessa J, I will clean it myself. F that. Listen. But if you out of state, what you gonna do? She in Hawaii. That house is in Arizona. The math don't make sense. Foxo, she lies all the time. It's crazy. Unfortunately, she is her mother's child and a stripper. So I believe that her only thing is money and control. Rose is about her money. She's about her money. And I'm not mad at her as far as with being about her money, but her money, it seems like it supersedes, it comes before, how I want to say this, when it comes to her husband, is because she's bringing in the money. I think Rose just views herself as the breadwinner. So therefore she views herself as a shot caller, and it plays out and it shows with how she interacts with her husband. Like she lets it, she throws her weight. She lets it be known, like, I'm the queen bee. We here because of me. Like, we are here because remember the interview. I don't know if you all were here because we've been on here for a long time, but I started this live out with showing earlier on, maybe in the first hour, showing an interview with Q&A with Rose and her mother-in-law. And Rose talked about that. Her words was, I had to force Brett to do YouTube. So given that she had to force him to do it, you don't think that she out here said, listen, it was my idea. You didn't even want to do it. So if it wasn't because of me and me forcing you to do it, we wouldn't even have this. Y'all know she's talking crazy like that to that man. And he just ain't saying nothing. He just leave and, I don't know, go take a swim or whatever. But what is he saying that? Clearly he ain't got nothing to say to that because, she over there cussing him out. That's just how her crackhead to clean it for that. Listen, Vanessa, you need to stop. But listen, in the bed, you could go on in Oakland, you can pay somebody a little $50. Listen, Brenda, I got this house. And then they're gonna clean it in record time because they be cracked out, so they move real fast. That 4-bedroom house, man, that crackhead had that house cleaned out in about 45 minutes. CJ Lopez said, who the heck pays $800 a month to clean up? I guess Rose saying she do. But I mean, with the way Rose get these, with her views, Rose got money coming in, so she can afford it. Now, whether or not it makes sense, that's a whole nother conversation. But I'm going to say that she got the money to be able to pay. Vanessa J said, don't most people have a best friend, like a bestie from back in the day? Why Rose has no friends? That's a red flag. She don't have any friends. She doesn't bond. She don't connect well with people. She doesn't connect well with people. CJ Lopez said, Vanessa, oh my gosh, I was going to say that earlier. That Angel said, she is nuts, so who knows? Yeah, she's a special one, all right. She's cute. We got to give her that. I think Rose is beautiful. Vanessa J said, everyone has a best friend or something from back in the day. She has no long-term connections with people. Red flag, no girlfriends. Oh, yeah, I view that as a red flag all day long when I see people when their lives are like that. The people I see who lives be like that, they be having issues, y'all. You need to have at least one solid. That's what I tell my daughter. Listen, you ain't got to have a whole bunch of friends, but baby, I need you to have at least one solid. You need to have somebody. Vanessa J, when a female has no female friends, usually she is the one that effed everyone else's man and then says females be hating. That part. Yep. That's what happens. That is what happens. Or on the flip side, she bring people around her man so regularly to where that, people have effed her man. So then she like, F it, I don't want no friends. So, but yeah, it usually has something to do with a man. It usually has something to do with a man. Yeah. CJ says, Vanessa, for real, even if I don't keep up as much, I still have them and they have me, right? We need somebody. You need somebody. Foxhole says she lied again because she stated in a video she been stopped. The lies, like you can catch them if you just pay attention, you can tell what's lies and not, like whether you like her or not. You don't have to be delusional and not acknowledge the lies that that she says. Like you can still like her. How many of us know people like it's just like, man, I like them, but they know they be lying. They cool, but he be lying, she be lying. CJ Lopez says she kept saying Dana keeps sending her money and it's her sugar daddy trying to flip it. Who is that? Can somebody tell me who that Dana, who is that person? Who is that? Banjo said they do need to clean little beds to sleep in. Yeah, they do. Manny Anger said, given the movie Grown Ups, yeah. Right. Manny Anger said, unfortunately, I have, but kids will try that as well with other kids. So they be thinking it's fun, but it looked weird as if. That's how I got here. Foxo says her behavior piqued mine. However, I can't watch her much longer, but it's a train wreck. So who is not going to watch a train wreck? That's where we are. That's where we are. I'm day 2 in it. Vanessa J says she always threatened to spank the white one and never pulled through. She tells him to stop it 100 times in live on why we only see the white one. We never see the black sons. Why? That's an interesting one. That's an interesting one. Vanessa J said, then she has a nerve to say the mixed white kids act different from the black ones. No, bitch, you act different to them. I never heard. I guess I never caught that she said that the mixed ones act differently than the other ones. So that's interesting. That's interesting. So it sounds like, Vanessa, you've definitely seen more of her videos than I do. So that's a real interesting one. V-Town, the Vallejo, yep, E40. Jane Doe, she had said she stopped breastfeeding the 3-year-old when she got pregnant with the last baby. Okay. So that means when she got pregnant with the last baby, he should have been about 2, right? Like 2? How old is he now? He looked like he at least 4, so maybe he was like 3 then. How old is Race? CJ Lopez said, did she say that about the 2 younger kids? K-Town McVille said, she hasn't been breastfeeding Race this entire time. That's why when River was born and Race was crying for her milk, she poured him some in a cup. Okay, so that makes sense. So I guess, yeah, she was breastfeeding, I guess, up until it was time to breastfeed the new baby. So it's like, okay, your turn is up. Here's this sippy cup and go sit down. Vanessa J said, at Jane Doe, then in the live last week, she said he is actively breastfeeding the 3-year-old. So you stopped, then started again. What kind of serial killer in the making type ish is that? You stopped and started again. Okay. Her mortgage. Oh, okay. The mortgage is $4,600. So hell, she ain't even making a profit. If it's $1,600 in rent, she's still okay. So we got $4,600. So minus $1,600. So we had $3,000. Then she paying out $800. So what? She still owe $2,200. Child, let's move on. K-Town said now all of a sudden he's back on her breast and it's highly disturbing. Yeah, to say the least, it is. To follow you, girl. Mm-hmm. Vanessa is not playing about her money. No, she is not. Vanessa said, for all we know, they said, babe, let's take a Hawaiian vacation for the summer. How are we going to pay for that? I know we will double our views. Let's make some drama. Yes, because who talking about they about to run off, and people fortunate enough to just be able to run off the vacation in Hawaii. Ain't nobody talking about running off to live in Hawaii. Only people I know who talk about living in Hawaii is military people, and they living on the base. I don't know nobody who's saying, yeah, I'm moving to Hawaii next month. Like, what? Jane Doe said, she said her mortgage is $2,800. Her rent is $46 in Hawaii, allegedly. Okay. So yeah, that ain't making sense. Wow. That move didn't make sense. And it's so funny. I was listening to a live and somebody was reviewing the video where Rose was talking with her mom. And this wasn't the one that they argued on. This was the one when I think she was talking to the mom about trying to get her to babysit for when she had her mommy tub. And the mom, I think it was this video, the mom was like, so this was coming off of when Rose and the husband said, we're going to be separating. If you guys have seen that video's out there. I reviewed that one too. So Rose and her husband a few days ago put out a video saying we separated. So I guess the mom in the live was like, oh, I don't want you guys to do that. And Rose was like, okay, we don't care like what you want or whatever. And then the mom was like, I don't think you guys need to separate. You guys just need to take a vacation. So what took me out is the content creator was like, take a vacation. They still on vacation. Do you realize they're in Hawaii because they was on vacation and they never left? What do you mean take a vacation? They are still on vacation. Oh my God, that took me out when she said that because she never lied like that. It was so true. Like they literally went to Hawaii for vacation and never left. And mom talking about you and Brett just need a vacation. Bitch, they on vacation. Oh my God. Maybe she should say you and Brett just need to go home. How about that? Oh my God. Y'all, I need to get off here. I'm playing around with y'all. Oh my God, there's so many comments. Listen, I'm thinking I'm gonna get to the bottom, but hell, I'm still showing 30 people. It's probably more people in here. I hope y'all like and share and subscribe as I grow my channel with these shenanigans, because it's a lot. I'm trying to get through these comments. Vanessa J says she said that in a live that the other day that her white kids don't listen because they white and the black ones basically know better because they black. Well, you know, sometimes with the blacks, we just have an instinct. I have this white friend and like she just be doing the absolute most. And I'm like, B, like clearly this lets me know you are not one of us. Like you don't have the instinct to know when to shut the hell up. Like, is this like, so I was trying to bear with her, like, girl, like with the blacks, you know, sometimes it's an unspoken, like, you know, shut your damn mouth. But you know, sometimes with the white people, you had them friends and they get to running and running. It's just like, oh my God. And I would just chalk it up. Okay, she white. She don't know no better. She don't know no better. So she said, listen, it's an inherent thing. The whites just don't know no better. Wow. Oh my God, that's crazy. CJ said to Dolce, she would rather jump off a cliff, girl. Vanessa comments or take me out. Yes, Vanessa is a whole trip, but when she says she from the Bay, it makes sense. Vanessa said race talks like a baby because she babies him. Yeah, because that makes a difference with how you talk to the kids. Like if you talk to them like they're mature and big people, like they'll grow up, they'll communicate that way. That's what I did with my kids. So it's like there was like no baby talk. It was like they were just straight saying just full words. So it does make a difference. CJ says she got us out here doing mad. Listen, I done pulled out the calculator. I'm like, wait a damn minute. Because I thought the $4,600 was, they were saying that's how much the rent was in Arizona, but they were like, that is what she's paying. So she paying $4,600 for that little studio, one room that they all cramped in. Is that what the $4,600 is going to? Okay. Dolce said, bonbon. She also needs to not drink because it just makes her act out. She just needs help. She seems genuinely kind. She does, but she got issues. How many kind people we know that just got issues? Two things can be right at once. We know a lot of crazy people. You be like, oh, she's sweet as pie, but she crazy as hell. Listen, like we can use multiple words to describe somebody. Vanessa said, claiming that synthetic wig costs her $600. She put that wig on that live and got cocky, then played dress up, putting it on Brett's head. Not $600 for a synthetic. Now, let me find out. She ordered it from Temu because she did talk about she was an ambassador for Temu. Because I just learned Temu got wigs. My mama was telling me, yeah, such and such. She got her wigs from Temu. You know what? CJ said, hold up, that small place is $4,600. That's what I'm saying. $4,600. Girl, if you don't book a flight to take your ass back home to Arizona, and don't listen, you can't handle Hawaii. You just don't even go back there because it seemed like she act like she ain't got no sense when she go to Hawaii. So yeah, she need to go ahead and go back home. Come back home, Carol Ann. Come back home. It's like, come to the light, Carol Ann. Come to the light. Like, look, she rose it, then lost it. That disturbed me. Wow. Doja said she doesn't drink yet, has a glass of wine in hand as much as she got a baby in her lap. She says she don't drink. Now, I done seen her enough times either drinking or talking about drinking. She, especially lately. So I know them nerves. I mean, when her and her mom got into it, I think, alcohol. Well, there was a live I seen with her and her mom, and I think they were cordial with one another. That was when she was trying to get her mom to babysit, and they were sipping on wine. So Rose gets her drink on, and she claiming that she was drunk when she cussed out the husband. But what they say, alcohol, a drunk will speak a sober mind. So she sounded like she meant every word she was saying to that man that day. K-Town said Brett seems bitch made. I'm sure she didn't call him that. I could hear her saying that. Brett, you bitch made. I could hear her saying that, then something to that man. Nessa said she probably breastfeed Brett too. I don't put nothing past them. Nothing at all. Foxhole said, I like to subscribe. Thanks, Foxhole. Listen. Child, Lord Jesus. Listen, Rose gonna be the one. Listen, Rose taking me to the top because it's so much, as they said, so it's so much to talk about with this couple. Like, listen, thank you, Rose and Brett, because y'all done gave me so much to talk about over here. I'm just saying. K-Town said, it is an instinct. She hits on the older boys and treats race differently. Wow. Vanessa said, how you know she's still hoeing is she told the person on live, you want to see pics of my feet. Quit asking unless you send me $100. Now she's still hoeing. She's still on the stroll, Vanessa. She's still on the stroll. Oh, my God. K-Town said she even said Brett told her not to talk to his son that way. Because, as CJ said, because she hits the other kids. Yeah, we ain't gonna see that on camera. She already said the trolls, the people who've been making pages about her, been trying to call CPS or call CPS to report her, or they were trying to figure out what island she was on so they can call CPS. Yeah, I will say I haven't seen anything myself that warrants her to be reported to CPS, but I don't stay on top of her content like that. But she did say that people were saying that I did see a content creator do a video review where she was kissing Race in the mouth, and they just thought that was just inappropriate and all of that. I don't know if you all seen that, but I don't know if that was the reason why they wanted to call CPS. But they also said there were video where I guess she was questioning the kids about whether or not they wanted to be a part of the channel and participate with the lives. I guess because people were saying that like she was forcing them. So she had them on camera kind of like asking them questions like, oh, do I make you do the live or whatever? But I haven't seen anything per se that's has me to believe, okay, she's like a bad mom. Like, I haven't seen that. But she crazy as hell, but I haven't seen anything where I'm like, okay, now what she just did there is just out of line. I haven't seen anything like that. Vanessa said if she was reading to that boy and interacting with him other than titty in the mouth, he wouldn't talk like a baby. Yeah. Yeah. Please, that Airbnb she is giving off extended stay American vibes with that electric stove catching on fire in the hotel door with the fire escape label on it. Well, she said they moved out. So she said today in the live that for the first time, she feels like an actual resident there of Hawaii. So I don't know if now they maybe finally got a spot that maybe they're renting, that they're staying in, or maybe they secured an Airbnb that's an actual house. But she was like, okay, we're now like feeling like, we're residents. And then she mentioned the kids go back to school August 5th. So I guess she's starting to put things in motion, as far as we're getting the kids in school, getting them registered. So she said it's starting to feel like a home now. So we'll see what's to come. Vanessa said Brett claiming Brett about her bought her the Range Rover and push present. Then on the live the other day said she really bought herself the Range. Listen, she the one have amped him up and got people to believe that he over there really just doing a doggone thing for her. And that's why people would get on here and get in the comments and talk about how she's lazy, she don't do this, Brett does everything, because she pushed that narrative. But the other day when she cussed him smooth the hell out, she let the truth out and let it be known that she's the one that's doing everything, not him, and that she intentionally goes online to make him shine in a good light, up until when she cussed him out recently. But prior to that, she did. Every time she would get on the internet and talk about him, she would like say positive things. I had never heard her say like anything like negative, derogatory to him before the other day. So it seemed like, when she say got drunk and started thinking, talking out loud, she started telling the truth, and she wanted the world to know, like, yo, this is what it really is. I know I've been putting it out there that he's doing this, that, and the third, but those are all lies. I'm doing all of that. She a whole lie. I agree. Her mother said, Rose, you are a lie. You're a liar. She did. I think Rose and her mama be lying. They both be lying. Vanessa said, my question is, if you had that Range Rover still, where is it? Wouldn't you ship it to Hawaii if you are living there? Did it get repoed? Yeah, I didn't know she had a Range Rover, but that's true. Like, do they have a vehicle? Because we've never seen them drive anywhere. And like, I haven't seen them like in a car going anywhere. Like, you'll see them at a pool walking, but I've never seen them like in a vehicle. So that is interesting. Where is that Range Rover? That she went to jail. Vanessa says she told their how we met story. She met Brett when she was at the club. He was a bouncer. Yes, when they started cussing each other out, he was in the background yelling like, yeah, when you worked at the club, I was the bouncer and I would come to the stage. You would bring me up on the stage. And then afterwards, I'd give you rides to these men's house and you do whatever for money. So yeah, he was airing it out. He said it. He co-signed that story. Foxo said, no, she should be reported at first. I thought the same way. However, when that baby was grabbing her breast and lied and said he was being breastfed, yeah, well, they've been reporting her. Vanessa said, let out the big part that it was stupid club she worked there. She acted like she was going to the bar for the night drinking and happened to meet Brett. Now the truth came out. Yeah, the truth came out. What they say, if you listen to somebody long enough, they eventually tell on themselves. And like I said, she's so addicted to the internet to where the truth eventually comes out, because a lie, you can only tell a lie for so long. And the thing about lies is like, you have to continue to keep up with them and to remember them. And she's on the internet all the time, so she can't possibly keep up and remember everything. So, when she got upset the other day, just the truth just came out. So you don't have to the truth just comes out. She didn't have to worry about, trying to remember, okay, what lie I told. She just started just telling the truth. But yes, this has been fun. We are at 4 hours and 35 minutes. We've been on here for a minute. It's a lot. I'm gonna definitely have to come back out here and mess around with you guys with this Rose and Brett stuff, because I'm sure they're gonna post some other shenanigans out here that's gonna, that it will give us a lot to react to. But yeah, I don't even drink like that. I need a drink after this one, because Rose didn't put me through it. It's a lot. Like it's really deep, and it really goes to show the importance of just mental health and taking care of yourself. On my channel, if you're new to my channel, I talk about just health-wise, from physical fitness to mental health. Usually right now I have a 30-day fitness challenge going on. So I jump on and work out for like an hour or so, and just encourage people to kind of work out and just get fit and just become the best versions of themselves. And I just talk about that. It's beyond the physical, it's the mental as well. So that's why when I saw that Rose was out here wilding, I'm like, this is a prime example of how I say that it's important that we keep our mental health intact and protect that at all costs. Because, with mind, body, I'm all about mind, body, and soul. Like, we got to protect all of that, because when one area goes to lacking, it's a domino effect, and then it can start to spill over in other aspects of our life. So, for example, Rose is someone, when you look at her physically, aesthetic wise, she looks good, she looks fit, but mentally she's gone. Like, sis is gone. So think about the people who you see that maybe from an aesthetic standpoint, they look like, they're unhealthy, they got some weight to lose. But though, when you have a conversation with them, they got all the, they can have a good, they talk like they got some sense. So that's why it's like we gotta address all areas of our life, and we can't neglect any of it. And Rose just got a lot that she's dealing with in trauma, just from traumatic experiences that she dealt with as a child. And it's just playing out in her marriage, in her parenting, just everywhere. As I say, the Lord protects babies and fools. So ultimately, I think she's going to be fine. I think she'll be fine. But I'm most concerned probably about the kids, because they're growing and they're impressionable, and they're going to each grow up to be young men with the expectation of holding down a household. And it has me to wonder, like, well, what type of leaders of a house are they going to be? Like, how are they going to lead their homes if this is the example that they see with the mama doing the absolute most and running the show? Are they going to get in relationship with women, or get into relationships with women that do the same? Because a lot of times, boys will, what they say, marry their moms, get with women that's a lot like their moms, just like women will get with men that are a lot like their dads. So that is a thing. But yeah, I'm most concerned about the babies. Grown people will take care of themselves, but the babies are dependent on adults to look after them. And Rose got a lot going on, and caring for a child it's about more than putting food on the table and putting a roof over their head. It's about, what type of qualities are you instilling in them? What type of example are you showing them? Because they're going to move more so based off of what you do versus what you say. What they say is not what you say, is what you do. They're going to more so go off of your actions. That's what I'm trying to say. The kids more so follow your actions, what you're doing, not what you've been preaching to them. They're paying attention to see if you live by what it is you preach. Like, that's how that works. Anybody who's parenting, that child gonna call you on, well, you said don't do this, but I see you over here, mama and daddy, doing this. Like, your child will call you out. They will. And eventually, her boys, as we see, if she continue to keep her life on the internet, we're going to see where it's going to come points where you're going to see the sons like saying some things that they're not going to like being said to them in front of the camera, because the boys are going to start to call out some stuff, like, because kids, they start asking questions. They like, well, what we doing here? Because I feel like at an early age, the kids are learning what it is to live a double life. They know what it is to act like when the camera goes on, we got to be this way. And then they know when the camera goes off, we're this way. So they, just from the content that I've watched over the couple of days, that I've picked up that these kids have already picked that up, in particular, the older ones. They know when to turn on. Even race, I've seen, certain little things that he say, they know how to play into the camera, kind of like Hollywood kids when it comes to acting, how they got that gift. They know how to turn on when that camera turns on. That's the same with her kids. It's just they're not in Hollywood, but they're being raised with a camera in their face. So they know what it is to be camera ready. So it's quite disturbing, but very interesting. So yeah, we had a lot to talk about over here. You guys have been quite entertaining. Please make sure you like, share, subscribe. Make sure you have your notifications bell on so you know when I go live. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow I'll come back out here. Rose, I don't know how often she posts. I don't know. We'll see if there's anything else interesting that we may want to react to. But again, this channel, I don't want this to be a channel where it's about like bashing her. This channel is more so about just where life lessons, where we can just watch content that she put up and just identify the takeaways. Like, what can we learn from this? What are we seeing? Like I want it to be that, so beyond entertaining, I want it to be lessons learned from here for us to see, okay, this family, they're doing the absolute most, and this is not what you want. This is not what you want to do. They're entertaining. We can watch it, but we still can, point out what is not cool. Because just because somebody has a lot of followers, make a lot of money, it don't mean that they're on the up and up. They're not. And I'm just here to just point out like what's not what's not cool, and why. And it's my personal opinion, and you all provide yours as well. So that's what we do over here. It's not about bashing her because she is a mom. She trying to make it like the rest of us, but damn, Rose, damn. But that is all I got for y'all. I appreciate y'all. Definitely like, share, subscribe. For the most part, you guys have all behaved. I didn't have to time nobody out in here. Somebody did call the kids ugly. Y'all don't talk about the babies, but I think she actually has beautiful kids, especially those brown skin ones. They look just like her. They have her whole face. Like those, the older ones, they are very handsome boys. Every time I see them, they look just like her. The two babies look just like each other. The new baby looks just like his brother. I'm like, man, he has his brother entire face. I don't know who face that is, but he got his brother's entire face. So I'm about to end this live, y'all, and go live my life. But I'm sure I will be back. So just make sure you like, share, subscribe, have your notification bell on, and just come back and just play around with me on this YouTube because it was quite fun and entertaining. And I am Sheep from Sheep Speaks. And if y'all want to show me love in any type of way, I have my Cash App down here, $Speak50. I am appreciative, but I'm also grateful if you can just subscribe and hit the like button, because I am on the road to 1,000 subscribers. Who knows where I'm at now after this long ass live. But we working to get there, and I appreciate you all. We're working to grow with me there. So it's been fun, and look out. I may be here tomorrow. I don't know, y'all. We'll see how well I can sleep to get rested after going through all this, because this was a lot, y'all. I feel like I was on somebody's job. We're going through all this material, but I had a great time. I hadn't done a live like this in a really long time, and I really enjoyed it. And I definitely thank you all for interacting and engaging with me, because it makes it that much more enjoyable and has me to do a live for this long. I don't even think I've ever done a live this long. So I thank you all, and until the next time, peace.